Good morning, my MGTOW brothers. Let's go for a drive. Check something first. Good morning, Forge. Now get that shit squared away. Let's get the hell out of here. Hey, Rusty. Beautiful full moon tonight. Hope everybody else is enjoying their evening. Hello, Sean. Hop on, brother. Hello, Sean.
Hey, bro. How you doing?
Oh, man, it's a beautiful night. Hopefully, you've got clear enough sky there in Alaska to see the moon. And
It is. We are past the solstice, but it is what? It is almost 11 o'clock and it's still daylight out.
oh, oh well.
But we do get to see the moon in the daylight as well, as long as
Yeah.
the sky is clear.
Well, I'm down here in Arkansas, and it's been full dark for 7 hours.
Yeah, you're closer to the equator, so the 12-hour difference is going to be, or the 12 hours of light and day are going to be more balanced.
Oh yeah, yeah. I took a trip once to Stockholm in the middle of summer,
Oh yeah, it's
and
way up in the Arctic Circle.
fuck yeah, and they have 2 hours of night there, and I could not get to sleep.
Oh, so you were there during the summer months.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go in the winter. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing on the, well, yeah, same thing. Um, I mean, I remember growing up as a teenager, going to fucking parties, and we're partying up until like we forget how much time has passed, and it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, and the sun's still up.
Yeah, yeah. The coolest part about Stockholm is the Vesa Museum. They had a ship sink uh,
Hmm.
on its maiden voyage.
Is this
The
an old ship, an
old,
old
old,
ship,
old,
or
old ship
a
from
old?
like,
So wooden plank ship.
yeah, yeah, it was like, 15 something, and it sank,
Hmm.
right? And
That would have
it,
been around the era of just before Ragnar.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah,
Uh,
his
it-
era was somewhere between 800 and 900
oh
AD.
no, no, no. This is be 1,000 years after the 1,500, not 500.
Yeah,
So they had kings and stuff during this time and cannons.
yeah, but they always had a technological advantage over sailing than the rest of their compatriots in Europe.
I'd agree during the Viking era, that's true.
Hmm.
Um, this ship was built at the very beginning era or beginning of Renaissance technology. It was not a
Hmm.
primitive ship at all. And everybody else, especially the British and the French, had as good, if not better, ships than them at this point. But anyways, the Vasa it was on it like its first cruise around the islands there up in the Baltic, way up fucking north, and
Hmm.
it gets out from behind where it was constructed, which is an island with lots of wind cover, and gets out into the channel, catches a, and they had the, since it was summertime when this was happening, they had all the cannon ports open. It catches a little wind, tips to the side, water comes in,
Oh
da-
no.
down she went, right? And since it's so cold there, you get below the thermocline, and the seawater is actually well below
Just barely
freezing.
above 32 degrees. Just
No,
barely
no,
above.
it's seawater, so it's an electrolyte, so it can go colder than what fresh water would
Oh,
freeze
yeah,
at.
you're not wrong because the salt is an insulator.
Right. And since it's in a protected bay, it's stagnant. There's no flow. So when the Vasa went down, it went into the perfect conditions to preserve a wooden ship.
That's kind of rare though.
Yeah, it's really rare. And they found it in
Especially
the
for a wooden ship.
1970s or
God
the
damn. Yeah.
1960s or the 1970s. They found it.
Some 1400 years later.
Yeah, and then they pulled it up and put it in this special building and coated it with ethylene glycol, the same stuff that we use in
Isn't it the same
antifreeze.
we use in
It's in antifreeze. That's the
Oh, okay.
the synthetic alcohol that they
Oh
put.
shit. I was thinking of formaldehyde, like what we do with body preservation for funerals.
No, and then they sprayed the Vasa for 15 years with ethylene glycol until it had completely saturated the entire structure and displaced all the seawater. And at that point in time, they could expose it to
Oh, they're
oxygen.
using a long-term chemical reaction to get all the seawater out of the deeper
Right. And they also,
grains of the hull.
right. And they also wanted to be able to, because the entire time they were spraying it, they had it in a nitrogen atmosphere with no oxygen.
Yeah, oxygen is the killer of all organics.
Yeah.
Eventually. It's what we rely upon to make us live, but it's also what microbes rely upon that do our decay.
Yeah. If you're going to have, I can't, there's two different types of respiration, and oxygen is one of them that life uses. Aerobic. If you're going to have
Aerobic
aerobic,
and anaerobic.
right. Well, and the alcohol in the ethylene glycol kills everything.
Oh yeah, that's why rubbing alcohol is considered to be one of the best treatments for trauma and
Yeah,
preventing infection.
right. So that's the ethylene in the ethylene glycol, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So,
Yeah, because alcohol takes many forms, but I think ethylene is one of the like bare bottom or
yeah, it's wood.
one of
It's
the
wood out.
base, one of the alcohol bases.
Right. It's wood alcohol. So, and then they sealed it up with some other. I can't remember exactly what chemical they used for that, but they sealed it so that there's
Hmm.
no exposure anywhere for any way for modern air to get to the actual wood.
Yeah, for the preservation
It,
the preservation technique.
right. And it's absolutely magnificent. The ship
I
is
I think I know what you're
incredible.
talking about. I think I've seen articles about it before.
Yeah. It's if you
Because
ever get up
there's
there.
not much of it left. It's mainly
Oh no,
what is it,
no,
the
no!
main beam, or is it fully intact?
It's fully intact.
Oh shit! Oh, that's cool because that gives us a good visual representation of what they were trying to build or what was standard for the day.
Yeah, this would be like the the what's the newest carrier, the Ford going out and sinking on its maiden voyage, and then somebody in the year
I don't think
20.
anybody would preserve a modern day Ford.
Oh, I don't know. The carrier is much more impressive than the president was, but
Hmm.
of course, people would. It's like what my point is. It was the epitome of naval power at the time. It
Yes.
had more and bigger guns than anything else afloat when it was launched.
And you said this was 1,500 years ago?
No, no, the year 1500 something.
Oh, the year 1500. Oh, I was thinking much, much earlier. My apologies.
No, no, no,
Uh, okay. So, yeah, that makes sense that a ship like that would be far more well preserved than the ships that they used to sail to England in the 800s. Because by that time, I believe the Nordic nations had been proselytized by Christianity.
Oh
And I know
yeah,
Sweden for a short amount of time was a very, very Napoleonic threat level
oh
kind
yeah.
of
It
power
was. Hell,
until
at one
I don't
time,
know why that
Estonia
stopped,
was a
but
fucking power.
yeah, one of the old Nordic countries, yeah. Now what is it? Is Estonia occupied? Is that now
No,
Belarus?
no. Estonia got occupied at the end of World War I by the Soviets,
Yeah, because I thought I
and
remembered it was one of the Iron Curtain nations.
yeah, it's a small nation um, on the Baltic Sea. There's Latvia, Estonia, and
Yeah.
they.
Oh, hold on. Kiddo is
Okay,
summoning me. I'll be right back. It'll be a few minutes, Brandon, but I'll be
Okay.
back.
All righty.
I just didn't want to leave you hanging there going, is he coming back? What the fuck's up?
Uh, you obviously don't watch my stream. I spend a lot of time in silence. It's all right.
I know, but I figure it's a good courtesy to give to
I
the.
appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, be back in a little bit. All right, I'm back momentarily.
All right.
Kiddo is hungry. He asked for some bacon, and then I put bacon out, and he's like, "Hey, can we put brown sugar on this?" I'm like, "We shouldn't." And he goes, "Oh, I found it." You motherfucker. I'm trying to keep you off of sugar. Because sugar
Yeah.
is eating your teeth alive. Quite literally for him. I don't know if this is because of all the shit his mother did in utero, all the drugs and alcohol that made his teeth so easy to decay. But the dentist told me pretty much he's got to be on a carnivore diet.
That is,
Just to save his teeth.
yeah. That's sad.
It sucks, but at the same time, well, we've
But
been trying to look for more Whole Foods or stay with Whole Foods and not have any process, so cooking every day, but my gout episodes put a hamper on that. Which is funny. I haven't had a gout episode in about over a year.
yeah.
And then the last few weeks, I've had it in my hand, I've had it in my feet. It's like an overall attack.
Hmm.
But I know what's causing it. It's the alcohol. Otherwise, I don't really eat carbs way too much. But gout is based off of the uric acid produced by, I forget the name of the chemical breakdown, but it's one of those that's like, oh, you can't eat meat anymore, or you can't eat meat in the way you want to anymore, or the amount.
Yeah.
And when I do low carb dieting, gout's not a problem. And I don't have to take the allopurinol, which is like the daily medication that you got to take. Am I going to have an episode every once in a while? Yes.
Is that a gout medication?
Yeah, allopurinol is the daily medication you take to prevent the uric acid from crystallizing
Okay.
in your joints. At least that is what I've been told is how it goes. But yeah, I've gone like full keto or near carnivore, and when I'm in that state, I don't get any flare-ups. But the
Yep.
big crutch is alcohol.
I am on
That's
my first.
always going to start one.
Yeah, I'm on my first week of the carnivore diet.
Are you liking it?
So far it's okay. I broke down yesterday and had to have a fucking salad.
I don't think salads are too bad. I think it depends on the dressings that people choose.
Yeah, and there's
So
certain
ranch is
vegetables
not
that have.
bad, but I think Caesar salad or Caesar dressing is better because it's more animal product versus plant product in it.
I found a Caesar with no sugar and no carbs.
Well, yeah, most craft Caesars are that way. 0 carbs, 0 sugar. But
Yeah.
they'll have, like, if you look at the ingredients list, it's got all the telltale chemicals and ingredients that usually we avoid.
Right, but you know, I I got one Caesar and then I got a vinegar and oil, and there's as long as it's olive oil, it's okay.
Hmm.
No seed oils or anything like that.
Olive oil's pretty good. Yeah, most of the seed oils still have trace amounts of carcinogens even after the processing.
Yeah.
Um, I've been watching this new channel lately called Evil Foods, and they have been discussing topics of like, well, obesity. I just watched one of their videos today about that, and their their hypothesis is that the foods that we're eating are doing nothing more than um, they're elevating our insulin levels. And when we have insulin, it tells the body we've got to store fat instead of process what we're eating. Which is usually when you go into ketosis, whatever you eat is automatically processed on site. There's no storage or no hormones that say, hey, we need to go store this shit.
Right.
Until you get to cortisol. I think cortisol is probably the biggest health risk. But there's really no way to get around cortisol because it's a naturally produced hormone in your body that tells you to store fat. But you've got to be in a good state of mind, of which they recommend physical exercise, doing everything that we should do to be active to reduce cortisol being in the body because it's a stress hormone. It's not always possible.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say I have any kind of specific scenario where I'm always subject to it, but it feels like it because I can't test my levels. And I refuse to go to the VA because they will say, "Oh, you want to test your cortisol? Oh, thank you for taking a good interest in your health. It'll be a month before we could test you." And then it'll be 2 months after that before a doctor can read the results and give it to you in clinic. And I'm like, then maybe I don't need you unless it's an emergency. And if it's an emergency, I need to go to the ER, which is a fucking fortune to do on a regular visit. But in the same video, they also hold on, kiddo. They were saying that most practitioners only get about 14 to 20 hours of nutritional information or to satisfy that for their credits. And that's abysmal because that means I've done more research. I've done more looking into nutrition than most of your family practitioners. Because nutritionists are a very small field. Because most people go into family practice or they go into the bigger specialties, but nutrition is not one that they actually focus on.
Okay, I'm sorry, I've got fucking assholes on the road here. I have this car behind me.
Fuck those fuckers.
He thinks that it's when I'm coming over that flashing his bright lights in my mirror is helpful. Then I've got this guy in front of me who, whenever I go to pass him, he speeds up, but when I'm not passing him, he slows down. So it's these people are pissing me off. I got one guy trying to be helpful and another guy that's just being a douchebag.
Yeah, road etiquette is one of those things that is not discussed.
When a truck is trying to get over Don't flash your bright lights at him at night, please.
No!
Don't fucking ruin
Bright.
my.
Okay, all brights do is it floods your eyes with light, which gives you blindness for a second.
Yeah,
Or for the exposure that you got until you could put your hand in front of your eyes or whatever obstruction you could do to prevent the light from hurting it even more.
well,
No, just
you,
fucking
you
regular
have a.
turd signals. Because
You
you
have a.
guys have some very. Your mirrors are good. You can see. You got blind spots for the most part. Your mirrors are good, and don't most of these new trucks have cameras?
They do. I don't have cameras active on my truck because I. Fuck, I don't need them. I've got 6 mirrors, right? A car has one little rear view mirror, that top, and
Mm-hmm.
then one on either side that people don't really look at. But if I'm
But don't
looking
you
to the
also have
left,
mirrors that periscope what's behind you?
yes.
That's what I thought.
So periscope's not really the right word, but I have wide angle
That's the best
mirrors.
way I could describe it. It's just refraction of light going to a mirror that you can't see through regular directional light.
Yeah, I have regular. I mean, I have wide angle mirrors, and then I have focus mirrors. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and Fresnel is what my focus. I use Fresnel lensing on my mirrors.
Okay.
Okay. At least on my right side, backing up, the big mirror right off the door has a Fresnel lens. And that's aftermarket. That's me. But that's only so I can fucking tell.
Is that one of the? It's not a flat shaped mirror, but it is a warped mirror, but it can see a wider angle. Am
No.
I correct in that, or is that something else?
Well, you can, if you have a clear lens, a Fresnel lens, you can use it sort of like a magnifying glass.
Oh, okay.
And if you have your Fresnel lens mounted on a flat surface, it will take all the light that hits that flat surface and give it, and the reflection of that will come to me as a concentration.
One of those. The objects in the mirror are closer than they actually are.
Bingo. That's the one. And this is even like that on steroids. But I use it for blindside backing, so that I can, fit this monster truck in some really tight spots.
That would help, especially for a very large body where exceptional navigation is required, especially in backing.
Yeah. Then for changing
Yeah, I never got a
lanes,
chance to drive big things like that. The most I've driven is I didn't even drive an LMTV in the Army, which is like their basic troop carrier,
yeah.
the wheeled one. I drove track vehicles, so I have no understanding of what's behind me. I've got to look at a ground guide in front of me who's getting directions from the ground guide behind me, and using them as my rear view mirror.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make sense, to unless you're in the French army to be able to see behind you. So.
They don't even look at what's behind them. They just drop and run, or at least in the last last 100 years, anyways.
They put up a pretty good fight in World War One, but World War II not necessarily.
Yeah, no. But the French were a huge problem for Europe for what? how many centuries after the fall of the Roman Empire? And okay, hold on, kiddo. Be right back.
Okay.
All right, I'm back for a little bit.
All right.
Yeah, no, kiddo stubbed his toe, and well, like young kiddos, they don't like to do management on their nails.
Right.
So he had a nail kind of break on his pinky toe on one of his foot. He couldn't tear it out. The pain was too much, so dad had to rip it out.
Yeah.
Basic growing up shit that he's going to learn later. But now that he's got some experience on it, a lot less, what is it, fear inducing. Oh my god, did I break it? Did I break it? Like, you broke the nail, but that will heal.
Yeah.
And then his bacon was done, so got that served up for him and put that on a plate so it can cool down and absorb all the fat so we can eat it.
How old is he?
He'll be 15 next month.
15.
Still has a long ways to go.
Yeah.
More so because his mother's activities during his pregnancy was full of narcotics and alcohol.
Yeah.
So whereas
Well, my
normal
hat's off to you,
presenting as he
brother.
is, oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, especially since because it's somebody close. I'm not going to name them, but they've got children who have got more full spectrum than what I have to deal with, and I see what they have to go through.
Yeah.
The patience that they have is a blessing to the child, because they can't help themselves. They don't have the brain matter to make conscious decisions. It's all like being just straight impulse driven.
Yeah.
And I see what that does to them, and I'm like, you're handling this and I'm handling that. My hat's off to you.
Yeah. Well, I am debating these days on a completely different subject.
What would that be?
Um, I have the opportunity to get some land right now that is very remote,
Undeveloped?
undeveloped.
Nothing that you're not used to, because isn't that how you did? I don't know if it was recent or if it was your first outing with land management, but you built something
Yeah,
on
I
a piece
have.
of land. You built your own structures, your own housing, and
Yeah,
all that.
I built a little shed, basically a shed dominium.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that wasn't exactly remote compared
To
what
this
to
opportunity.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
This place is 8 miles from a road that only gets plowed, or that doesn't ever get plowed during the winter, which is about 30 miles outside of a town.
All right, I know you're
So
being ambiguous with the location, so is it
that's the
an
Upper
area
Peninsula of
where...
Michigan.
Oh, okay. Well, I would figure that
Okay.
snow removal is typical, but If it's out in the boonies, you're not going to see probably much support. You'd have to rely on county drivers versus city drivers.
Well, it's restricted to snowmobiles during the winter time.
Almost sounds like Alaska.
Yeah, kind of.
No, even here, I'm in, what is it? They call it a city. We're like 10,000 people. But yeah, people still take their snow machines out during the winter, and sometimes the kiddos just take their snow machines out to the little strip malls and park it right there, go get what they got to get, and go home.
Right. And
that kind of rural living.
Yeah, that's exactly, and it's that remote is not something I've done.
Is it leave me the fuck alone kind of land?
It is.
I will endorse this transaction.
Right.
Well, because I think we all need that little spot of land, whether we want to develop it or not. But if we get the opportunity to have it, and if we could pay the taxes on it comfortably, you could pull the trigger on it, or you could just wait for a developer to come and court you and say, "I'm going to give you twice the market rate because we need it."
Well, it's got a very redeeming quality to it as far as resale goes. It has a river going right through the center of it.
Oh, like in the parcel that you're getting, the river runs through it or alongside it?
Through it.
Oh, so you have two sides of the river in the plot.
Yeah, it's 40 acres. And
can I ask the price they're looking at?
They're wanting more than I'm going to pay, but they're wanting more.
You might be able to negotiate down.
Yeah, I'll definitely be able to. It's coming up on being on the market for 2 months, and they haven't had any takers.
Oh, and if they're desperate to sell, they'll take a lower offer.
Right, and it's the estate of somebody who owned it and used it for hunting and fishing. Because
so it's not like they have a lot of development on it, that they have something that they need to get a return on investment, or at least that's how I perceive it.
Their dad died and they don't want to fuck with it, right?
It sounds like they'll take whatever cash offer comes to them first.
Oh, I hope so, because I'm going to be making a cash offer.
Or somebody who has like full cash out of your liquid assets, or through a loan?
I've got the money. I don't do any loans.
Oh, so you'd rather do full upfront offer? Oh, well, they might actually take that.
Yeah, that's
just to be rid of it.
What I kind of live by is no usury, and I do that for two. One, it's part of the MGTOW philosophy, and two, I'm a Christian. So
I missed a portion of that. You cut out
in the Bible not to do usury, and I didn't really understand that until later in my life. I think 2009 was the last time that I held any debt.
Yeah, I wish I could be out of it.
It's nice to be able to save money and have your money work for you versus borrow money and pay twice what like a 30-year mortgage. You're almost going to pay double the value of whatever you buy by the time you get the loan paid off.
Well, that's the trap of a 30-year mortgage. It used to be that most before the 30-year mortgage became a popular offering, mortgages were like 5 to 10, 15 years. And 15 years was not common. Most people were going for 5 to 10.
Yeah.
But a lot of people had more liquidable assets within them during those periods. It was post World War II.
Well,
People were flush with money.
the thing that they get you on is they start talking to you about your monthly payments. Oh, you can afford this. You know, we'll give it to you for longer. We'll just make more money. You know.
Yeah, what is it? The banks say that you should not spend more than 30% on your housing expenses, and how they define that differs from bank to bank. For me, when I do my calculations, like when I was looking into getting the condo that I'm in now, it cost less than what I was renting at the time. So
Right.
even when I included the additional utilities that I would have to pay, it was an easy, I would save more money versus extending my lease. But I
Right.
would get the benefit of home ownership and building equity at the same time. What they didn't tell me was a year or two later, there would be a mass house or HOA insurance bubble that I'm not going to say it collapsed, but what it did is the HOA insurances for everyone multiplied by 4. So me paying my $600 a month mortgage on top of my $200 HOA fees turned into same mortgage, but now I'm almost paying $500 a month in HOA fees.
Yeah.
That's where they'll get you on that. So my next I'm really hoping the next house I get is going to be outside of any HOA, because you could go move into a neighborhood without an HOA, but if a certain number of residents say, in our neighborhood we want to start an HOA, they can do it. And not only that, they can force you to become a member without your consent or approval when they file the paperwork with the city or the county, or like up here we got boroughs instead of counties. Yeah, you could be sucked into an HOA without your permission. And that is not right in any way whatsoever, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't see that money being any type of a benefit. You know, spending that money every month, it's not a benefit to the individual homeowner. Maybe in a condo or something like that, where you have
Yeah.
shared property and you have to maintain it, and you know, it obviously yours was poorly managed because now they're playing catch up, and you're having to pay for it.
Not only that, HOAs, in order to maintain their status as an HOA, have to have a certain cash reserve,
Yeah.
of which your dues go into that cash reserve for planned maintenance of things from 5, 10 to 15 years
Yeah,
down the line.
I understand. I, I just,
A
that's
lot of people don't understand that though, or they're not educated on that when they enter into an HOA. I most certainly was not.
yeah. They maintain the roads. They maintain the outsides of the buildings. They probably, have some type of a landscape contract and
Hmm.
snow removal and all that kind of good stuff. And that's got to be paid for.
But I think our HOA has been blessed with a lot of resourceful people who go, we're just going to do it ourselves. We're not going to get a licensed and bonded contractor. We're just going to do it ourselves. And that's what we have been doing to keep the cost down. or at least the dues down, because they can't get away from the legally mandated what is it, cash reserves they have to have. But what they can do is terminate existing contracts, and if residents want to take up the mantle of taking care of a few duties, they have been doing so. Like in my area, it's all fourplexes. So there's somebody doing like interior maintenance in the corridors of the fourplexes, like doing the vacuuming. We still have a landscaping service, but I'm sure we could nullify that with a few more volunteers. But surprisingly enough, for our area, our landscaping cost a year is like $1,600, which is exceptionally cheap, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it is a constant flow of income for this specific contractor. So they're happy to play ball because there's always going to be money there. Even if there's less money, they're more concerned with having incoming flow.
Right. Well, it's all about building money streams when you get into business. You know, 1,600 a week. I mean, a year is, what is that? 1,200 a month?
No, I think it was like $16,000 a year. So
all right, so that's like
yearly contract. I think it was
1,200 a month. That's
yeah.
You know, that's not bad. That's 300.
But they only operate during certain seasons because Alaska has its snow season and not snow season.
Yeah. One of the things one of the things about the property I'm thinking about is they have there's some lowland marshes on it, as well as the river.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a hillock, a hill that I'm thinking would make a great place to put a cabin. But it's completely surrounded by a woody marsh. Moose territory. And
you did say it was hunting land, so you might be able to catch your own food on your own land.
I'm planning on it. But
I don't know what Michigan's rules are, but up here in Alaska, the fucking moose tags are by lottery.
Yeah, well.
But if it's on your own land, well, if Fish and Game ain't there to check, as long as you don't bag a tagged animal, who's gonna know?
Yeah. Well, what I was debating about was how the hell am I going to run a road to my cabin that will allow me to, at least drive a four-wheeler over there.
You said it's 8 miles from the nearest town or the nearest road?
It's 8 miles from the nearest road.
Okay, nearest road access.
Right. Well, let me rephrase that. There's a logging road that touches one corner of my property, or the property I'm thinking about again.
So does that mean you provide an easement that you can charge rent for?
Yeah, and the logging road is actually owned by a logging company who owns a lot of the land around there, but not necessarily, not all of it. There's other what they call them camps up there, right?
Yeah,
There's
but the
not,
road runs through the prescribed property line.
right. So I don't have to worry about that road, but it's not much of a road.
No,
If
but
that
what you
if
can
that makes
do
any sense to you.
is you can make them a trade and say, hey, you have unimpeded access through my land, but the terms are you've got to build a road that goes up to my planned homestead.
Well, they
Make
already
somebody else work for you.
the road already exists. Their logging
But
road already exists.
if it's allegedly on your land, you own the land on it, which means you can deny access unless there's existing agreements with the previous landowner.
Which
Then
there
you
is.
enter legal territory that I'm definitely not qualified to.
Yeah, there's already existing because these are gated roads, and
Hmm.
the if you don't play ball with the logging company, they're not going to play ball with you. They'll say, okay, well, you can't use our road to get to your land, and then it's a landlocked property, right?
Yeah,
So you
but
can't
it makes
force
sense for everybody to work together.
it. Does, and what they've done in the past is just all right. Your road goes through my land, and it's just right on the corner. It doesn't take up hardly any room at all. No problem with your logging road being there, and there's no problem with me using your logging road. It's the relationship that they've had for over 100 years.
Oh, so it's one of those agreements that was just mutually beneficial, but nobody's ever charged rent or
Right. Nobody's
access fees.
right.
No, you
So
could. Well,
I've
I
got
imagine that you could, but like you said, you don't want to piss off these companies because they can make your life fucking hell if they really want to.
right. So I've got to figure out how the fuck I am going to get from that corner up to where I eventually want to build the house. So,
And use their road access at the same time.
right. So I'm going to have to clear a bunch of trees, and then I've got to get through this marshy bit to get to the hill where I want to build the house overlooking the river.
Yeah, but are you going to be able to build a road on that marsh?
That's the thing is
That's the
that
biggest thing that I can think of at the moment.
yeah, is it possible? Am I going to have
I
to
don't.
drive piles and then buy gravel and all kinds of shit?
Yeah, you might have to like just dig down into it, layer gravel or layer something that will help soak up the moisture, and then maybe put a log platform down, and then maybe asphalt or some sort
Oh
of
God, asphalt?
hasty bridge.
Well, it's about, and I'm just doing this eyeballing off of uh, aerial photography
Hmm.
of what is going to be required. When the Romans built roads through marshes, they would drive piles and then excavate drainage ditches on either side and use the tailments from the excavations to build up the surface of their road bed and then put crushed stone on top of that gravel.
But they also had somewhere around 10,000 men
Right.
and manpower to make that happen.
Well, I personally am going to buy one of those little micro excavators uh, that you can get off of
Little skid
Alibaba.
steer.
Yeah, well, it's not even a skid steer. It's a miniature backhoe with tracks.
Okay.
Right. I could do the skid steer thing, but they're kind of pricey. These little guys, they're
Well,
about
yeah.
$3,000, and this guy is going 1 mile an hour under what I'm driving. Fuck it, I'm not going to bother passing him. But
No, but you got to keep your standoff distance far more significant than a passenger car.
oh yeah, I'm trying to keep about 3 seconds between me and the guy in front of me.
That was the rule that I was taught for as a passenger driver. But if I've got a truck with a load, yeah, I'm extending that to 10 seconds just for my own personal comfort level.
And you would never be able to maintain that 10-second separation on a highway because everybody and
No.
their brother would cut in on you, and you'd never get anywhere.
Yeah, that's why you go to the left lane, speed up a little bit, get past them, and go back to the speed limit.
Yeah, and that's in a car where you have no governor. I have a governor on this thing. Right now, I am traveling at my maximum rate of speed because I get paid by the mile, right? More miles per hour means more
Are you
money.
allowed to say what your governor's allows you to?
Yeah, the governor's set for 68 miles an hour. This
Oh,
guy
shit.
apparently his governor's set for 67. So
Yeah, I'm guessing, and you can't change that where some areas allow for 70 to 75 on highway.
nope.
No, company car or company truck.
Company truck.
Okay, well, I'm sure even if you owned your own truck, they would mandate you install a governor.
No, they don't. That's not a federal regulation.
Oh, really?
This is set up for fuel economy.
Eh, it ain't worth the extra 2 minutes.
Well, it just means that when I go to pass, I can't accelerate. I'm already going as fast as I can.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like that could create more problems than it solves.
Oh, it does, and it pisses people off because they say, "Oh, the trucks just hog up the left lane." Well, they can't go any faster because their companies won't let them.
So you know what? Slower vehicles just stay on the right side. Keep the left lane open for those passers or those retards on the road.
That sounds all fine and dandy until you think about it from the point of view of the truck driver. And if you say I can't pass, what happens if there's somebody out there driving slower than me? That's going to mean that I make less money.
Mm-hmm. It's not just time is money for the truck driver. It is the less I can speed up and maintain a predestined rate of velocity, and where I minimize that average, I lose money. Or the driver loses money. Usually due to time, I expect.
Well, most of the time,
because you gotta show up at a certain point at a certain time.
Right. And they don't normally give you unreasonable delivery expectations, and you have the ability to refuse the load if it's an impossible to meet deadline. And I've done that before. It pisses my company off, but it's like, hey, you want me to get this shit there on time. Don't promise them that I can drive 700 miles an hour.
Hell yeah.
I would love to be able to, not have a governed truck. Take the governor off and I'll make better time. But you won't do that, so this is how long it's going to take me.
I assume it's because their insurance company gives them a big discount on their premiums with their vehicles by having a governor installed because it, quote unquote, instills safety.
No, it's all about fuel economy.
Yeah, true. The higher rate of speed that you travel may get you there faster, but it will expend more fuel.
Right, because drag is a function of the square of your velocity at your frontal area times,
that's right.
times some, depending upon how aerodynamic you are, there's a constant, and then that constant is multiplied times the square of your velocity.
It almost makes sense to make the chassis look like, not the chassis, the body connecting the engine and your cab to the cargo that you have to be aerodynamic, almost like a round or a pistol round. Not a pistol round, but like a rifle round. It would be better to design a vehicle like that, but they don't look pretty. Because there's a huge fucking grill in the front, and air displacement is going to create a humongous amount of air resistance, which over time, yes, it's going to fuck your fuel economy. But I do know they try to do aerodynamics on the vehicles, which is why, like, what the outer side is air displacement.
Well, the vehicles are a lot more aerodynamic than they used to be, and but the trailers are not.
No, they're not. They got to be that huge fucking brick that they are.
Yeah.
But isn't that why the cab has flaps that try to help with that?
Well, yeah, they've got they call them what do they call them? Fucking louvers? No, they're not louvers. Anyways, it's got some fins that extend behind it that hit one of the major areas of wake turbulence. But you've still got this fucking square block traveling down the highway, and it has wake turbulence in the back.
And air doesn't travel
squared off in the back, so.
Yeah, because air doesn't travel perpendicular to a solid object. It has little coils of air every so many feet or meters.
That depends on the shape, but those little coils are called vortexes, right?
Yeah, vortex is what I was imagining.
And
I don't know how often they happen on a square object with a cylindrical cone as the initial break, but I imagine that it causes a lot more air friction and fuel reduction than what most people consider to be what they would guess.
Well, let's use the correct terms. It's laminar flow versus turbulent flow, right? And then you've got boundary layers between your laminate and turbulent flow. Now, in a perfect world, you want to set up for as little turbulent flow as possible. And you can do that by inducing microvortexes that run longitudinally along the long axis of the truck. right? And that will keep your turbulent flow sucked to the side of the truck. That's why if you look at some of the trucks out there, they have these little triangles all up and down the side. Those are vortex generators.
Okay, to keep the airflow from moving smoothly versus providing air resistance.
Well, it provides less air resistance because you're controlling the turbulent flow around your vehicle.
Okay.
You're having it, there's no getting around it, you're going to have it, but you're keeping it to a minimum using that system.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a workaround.
Workaround for driving a brick.
Yeah. But still, the faster you go, the more fuel you spend.
It's true. And what is it? Because acceleration is what? Mass energy equals velocity, but the energy component, no matter how fast you go, is always going to be the one that is going to hurt you in the end.
Right? Acceleration is the change in velocity over time.
Yes, but it requires an energy component. So if you're using more energy and that energy is monetarily um,
Well,
tracked.
force equals mass times velocity. I mean, mass times acceleration, right? So
Have they
that
tried
force,
doing hybrid trucks? Like,
of course they have.
so like trucks where I know that some of the hybrid vehicles, they use the braking power to generate electricity
Yep.
to offstep the amount of fuel needed to start the vehicle again or get motion going again.
Yeah, they do. There are some trucks out there that have tried that, but
But
it's
that's still
also
more weight, which means requires more fuel to transport and probably isn't best on the cost benefit analysis.
and there's an upper limit to the weight that your truck can be without
Hmm.
requiring special permits.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Um, you get an extra 5,000 pounds of vehicle weight um, if you have some type of a electric or a hybrid system on your vehicle, right?
So they'll
It,
allow you to carry 5,000 more pounds? Or
well, the batteries weigh that much, if not more.
I was about to say, the batteries to store that power are
A ba-
exceptionally heavy.
yeah, well, a battery has about, if you look at its energy density, has about 20 times less energy density per square foot than a square foot of diesel fuel. So you would need batteries equivalent to in size to 20 times the volume of your fucking fuel tank
The
to
only
eat.
batteries I know that exist that are close to that are still experimental, like they're in college research facilities.
Well, the
But they're
lithium.
also experimenting with different elements of the lithium ion for their battery
Well, I'm talking.
storage
I'm talking about
materials.
lithium ion right now. So,
Yeah.
have you
Oh no,
seen the size of?
they're exceptionally heavy.
Oh yeah, they're heavy, and volumetrically, they just can't compete with petroleum as far as energy storage.
Oh no,
You'd
I said
have to have a
this for
battery
a long
20 times the
time.
size of your fuel tank. I have.
Oh, and that ain't gonna go fucking far.
I can go 1,000 miles on one tank of fuel. I carry 300 gallons of diesel fuel on this truck.
Okay.
Okay. I my I have two fuel tanks, two 150-gallon fuel tanks. So everybody knows how big a 55-gallon drum is, right? I have
Yeah, and that
I
is
basically have 6 of those
yeah.
on my truck as my onboard fuel tank. 20 times 6, you would need that many or that much battery to equal what I currently carry on the truck.
It still doesn't seem
That
economical to do so, except for people's uh,
it
environmental feelings being satisfied. But
right,
when you see the amount it's going to cost you as a business owner, you're going to go, this is a recipe of disaster.
right. I can refuel this truck in 10 minutes, whereas it takes a half a day to recharge those.
That's a huge consideration because that's how many hours? That's 12 hours that truck can't be moving with
Right,
cargo and making money.
right.
No,
And on top of
I
that,
like the idea that people are trying to do this, but they can't expect it to be normalcy yet.
well, you're not going to be able to do it until you get a battery that's equivalent to the energy density of petroleum.
And one that doesn't weigh so much that it causes more um I really can't say fuel economy because we're talking about a battery. But I guess in the concept of fuel economy, it's not up it can't surpass fossil fuels yet.
Right. Now,
It okay.
eh, there's really not a lot of difference between the weight of a lithium ion battery and a gallon of diesel fuel. They're almost the same. It's 6 pounds per gallon.
Okay. But even if they're equivalent, like you were saying about the recharge time, 12 hours versus 10 minutes, and that means that you
Do
got
you
to
have a
have a
calculator?
slot.
Do you have a
I
calculator?
can find, yeah, I got a calculator on my phone.
All right.
Hold on 1 second. Let me pull that app up. All right, what do you want me to calculate?
Okay. My full fuel load is 300 gallons. 300 times 6 should be 30 or 3,600, right?
300 times 6 is 18.
There's no way 300 times 6 is 18.
300 times 6, 18. I just redid it. I think it would be the same if I did it on paper
Okay.
because that makes sense to
Well,
me. Because
it has to be in the thousands, maybe 1,800. Yeah, that's it. It's 1,800. All right.
okay,
And I'm not trusting your calculator. You're doing something wrong because it can't be 18.
well, you're saying 300 times 6, right?
Yeah.
No, 1800 sounds right for that
Okay.
that calculation.
1,800.
Let me
18.
run
Yeah,
it
but
on paper.
you were just saying 18. So
Yeah,
18
1800.
1,800. Okay.
1800, yes.
Now multiply that times 20.
Oh, that may be the one that we were missing. 300 times 6 times 20. 36,000. Yes, you are
Okay.
correct on that.
36,000 pounds of battery to equal my 300-gallon fuel tank.
I don't think gallons equate to pounds.
they do.
That way?
A gallon of fuel weighs 6 pounds.
Oh, that's why you're putting that. Okay.
Okay. And volumetrically, a battery is equivalent to a gallon of fuel. It's
Yeah, because they're
as
very
far
heavy
as
because of the lithium.
right, and fuel is very heavy too, right? But it just has a
But
high
it
energy.
deflates over time.
It has
The
it
the
has an energy
battery
density.
weight doesn't.
That's correct. You don't use up your battery when you use your battery. So, but that 36,000 pounds,
Mm-hmm.
you have to carry that around versus the 1,800 pounds.
Yeah,
My
but that's
maximum
always
weight,
it's always depreciating
it doesn't matter.
on
Let's
the
stick
weight.
with my calculations for a second.
Okay.
The All right. So my maximum weight of my truck is with the tractor and the trailer is 80,000 pounds. As an electric vehicle, you get an extra 5,000 pounds. You see how
Mm-hmm.
pathetically useless that 5,000 pounds is when the battery load to equal your
Yeah.
fuel is 36,000 pounds.
No, it's like we don't even need to do the math to do it. It's pretty self-explanatory.
What it means
Or at least
is,
anybody who can get beyond algebra.
you're going to have you have to have a trade-off. You're either going to carry less freight
Uh-huh.
or
Which that's not an option.
and because you think the roads are crowded now, just imagine if you had to cut the freight carrying capacity of these trucks in half just to have your battery.
Oh, happy sweet. Yeah, the older you get, the more pee breaks you need. Well, when I was in Iraq, Gatorade bottles were plenty, and they had the perfect mouth for somebody to of any size of cock to stick in there and pee in. And then we threw it at the kids.
So,
Sorry, trying to make an anecdote there. But no,
yep.
you're right. I I have no opposition to still using fossil fuels. Would I like us to go to energy direct or electricity direct in the future? I hope I see it in my lifetime. But I think the expectations of a lot of people in power, especially those that lean very liberally or Democrat, have a delusional expectation.
Well, we have answers for this shit. And the answer is it's much more fuel efficient to ship our freight by rail. And it's much more efficient than rail to ship our stuff by barge or boat. The more stuff you can fit on something, your pound or your price per pound of shipment in fuel costs goes down. It's an economy of
Which
scale.
means the end user or the end customer will pay less for it. Well,
You're cutting
hypothetically,
out, man.
they will pay less for it, but at least the transporting company will not have to incur loss. Oh, I'm being summoned by the kiddo again.
Okay.
Hold on. All right, I'm back.
All right. In America,
Yeah, no,
60% of our freight is hauled on trucks, on roads that are paid for with fuel taxes.
well, of course, because you can't. Founding fathers would be very, very disappointed about the amount of taxation we got to pay for everyday things.
Yeah. Well, our roads are
Even
better
though
than theirs.
we're the most prosperous country, allegedly. I will say allegedly because we don't really know for sure because there's nobody who can be, let's say, objective in that arena. But it does
Yeah.
make sense to do the alternatives, like you said, through barge and rail.
We
I
were
mean,
primarily hauling our freight by rail and then having local distribution until
with
the
trucks,
right
trucks
until the end
delivering
of
to the end user.
right until we until the end of World War II. That's was our primary logistics line. So it was
Well, I do know the
working.
rail line still exists for the military services, but I don't know how much they are catered to commercial.
Well, the thing here's the kicker. That happened.
Ooh.
The turning point was when Eisenhower started building the interstate highway system. Now we have, because our railroads in America are privately owned and privately maintained.
It would sound like they actually should be a public utility, but since they cross state lines so often, you can't make them state specific.
So our
But I
problem is
really am also highly
you're
against
going in a million different.
nationalization.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, here's the thing is they have been put into a position of of competition with
Hmm.
trucks who drive on federally funded roads and state funded roads where the trucks only pay their fuel taxes, but cars pay fuel taxes too. So they're
The
basically
drivers pay fuel taxes. Cars don't. Drivers.
okay, there's a lot
No,
more
sorry.
cars than
Sorry
there
for
are
the
trucks.
nitpick.
That's fine. It's fine. It basically, you can see that the the fucking trucks have a financial advantage over trains because we don't have to pay directly for the maintenance of a certain section of roadway. Like the Burlington Northern, or
Okay. Don't
you name the railroad, owns those tracks and has to maintain those tracks.
but don't they have federal funding for the maintenance?
No,
Really? Oh, so that's all privately funded.
yes, and it's funded by uh, the price they charge for
Yeah,
freight, or
the fares for freight
right, or the fare, or the
or
fees they
passengers.
charge. Well, they don't have any private passenger trains anymore. It's all Amtrak, right? How could you, how could you
Uh,
fucking have a passenger
I don't
line that
I
compete
don't
with
know what it's
Amtrak?
like in the lower 48, but I actually live right next to a railroad.
Uh huh.
They're about, I would say, 300 to 400 meters away from um my condominium,
Okay.
and I hear them come across all the time, but they are a combination of freight and passenger because Alaska still has the Alaska Railroad passenger line, of
Okay,
which rich tourists pay money to get a ride on one of those railroads, and I will never be a passenger on it.
right, and that's actually owned by Amtrak. That
I don't
the
know if it's owned by Amtrak up here, but it wouldn't be surprised because Amtrak is a conglomerate.
yeah, and it's also a federal program, just like the post office. It's it ain't a private
Of
business.
which
Even though
it is, I find that I really I hope this gets revisited during the Trump administration. The fact that it is illegal to compete against the postal service in shipping.
is it?
Yeah, because
What?
FedEx tried to do it, and they said, and the government said, you're not allowed to compete against us. It's a court. I forget what court ruling it is, but you're not allowed to compete against the postal service, which is why FedEx, UPS are always higher than United States Postal Service rates. Even though they do a better job and do quicker service, you're not allowed to financially compete against them.
Okay. I know the post office is pretty fucking. It's fucked up and losing money every year.
It's a federal agency. Of course they're losing money every year.
Supposedly, by its charter, it's actually a corporation run by the Congress of the United States.
So it's a congressional business.
Yeah.
Of which, from what I remember, Congress is not supposed to compete against private business.
Well, there wasn't a postal system in the United States when it was established.
No, not when it was established, because I think it was established during Revolutionary War times for the minute that they were able to do until the war ended. But Benjamin Franklin was the father of it, so I'm sure that he profited quite significantly.
Possibly. I don't know.
How else are you going to finance your man whoring habits?
Well, Benjamin Franklin was a very astute businessman, so I'm not going to take anything away from him or casting shade on him. Right?
Oh no, they all the founding fathers capitalized on separation from the crown. They were all businessmen.
You know, there's a much more, I actually believe that the railroad rails themselves need to be federalized, not the actual trains or anything like that, but the rails. Those roads need to be treated just like the highways do, and you could save so much fucking fuel. You'd also have to redo the supply chain because right now we do a lot of stuff on just-in-time manufacturing or just-in-time retailing.
Which mandates that you guys have to always be running at all fucking times.
And that's fine with me because I'm out here to make money.
Oh, you're gonna get a paycheck.
I'm gonna get a paycheck, and I get a place to live while I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why in 3 years I've been able to save up enough money to buy and develop a piece of remote property, because I don't know if you know this about me, but I had a business in Ukraine, right?
I
I let
remember that you talked. I think in the conversations we had, it was you were teaching English over there,
yes,
right?
I had an English school in Ukraine. I had about 30 customers and four ladies that worked Ukrainian ladies that worked for me
Mhm.
there. I when it became obvious that the Russians were going to invade, I got the fuck out.
That was in the 2010s, I believe,
No,
if I
no, no,
remember your.
no, no, no,
Nope.
no. That was, you know, the Ukrainian war is 3 years old. I got out
Oh, did
two.
you get out just in time?
I got out 2 months before the Russians invaded.
Oh my god. Okay.
All right.
I did not know that. I thought you were there far more prior in the timeline.
No, no, no. All right. I left Ukraine with $13,000 in my pocket, and I bought this little chunk of land in Kansas,
Yeah, and you made
thinking,
your homestead there.
yeah. And I was thinking to myself, oh, this will be a great place to be. And then the longer I've been in dealing with the state of Kansas, and I haven't even been living there.
Let me guess. Not quite as expected.
Well, they're going to start charging me for water that I get out of a
On your
well
own
that's on
land,
my own property. Yes.
they're gonna charge you like they're gonna put a water pump meter on your water pump on your land.
Right. On a well that doesn't even go down to the aquifer. It's just fucking groundwater.
Is Kansas one of those states that they exclaim ownership of natural resources below ground?
No, until recently. But somebody figured out that they can sell water to all the assholes in Colorado.
Of course, selling to the fucking western states.
Okay? So all of a sudden, what God gave me now belongs is a taxable resource. It fell
Yeah,
from the
one
sky.
that you can't profit off of, even though it's on your own land, and
Right.
that is, to be honest, that is exploitative of the state government. That that's not right in my eyes.
All right. Here's another wonderful thing that
I
Kansas
mean,
has done.
up here in Alaska, they seized all the under surface rights to minerals resources. But what they did is they made a collective fund so that whatever the revenue is gets invested, and those investments uh, turn out dividends to every resident because you're not allowed to own anything underneath you. But if you own land, you can lease oil companies or you could lease mining companies to go into your land and do their shit. But they still have to pay a tax to the fed or to the state government. And those royalties go into a fund that every resident gets every year.
Okay. Well,
That's our permanent fund dividend.
yeah. And
But they've even capped that. They said, no, 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 you lowly fucking poors can't fucking have $5,000 to $6,000 dividend payments a year. We're gonna cap you at 1,000, and we're gonna take the rest for our internal revenue. That's exactly what they did, like about 2015.
wonderful.
Yeah, well, no, it's not wonderful. We're angry, we're upset, but we can't have the faculties to elect local representatives to get that changed. But of course, voter bases are retarded, no matter what jurisdiction you go to. Voter bases are retarded. They vote for people who make them feel they're going to be safe or they're going to be slightly prosperous instead of risk takers that go, how about we just fucking cut the budget? In our state, somebody says, I'm going to cut the, or we're going to not invest in much in education because money does not produce product in education. You throw money at problems, it doesn't solve solutions. But of course, we're ran by a Democrat Senate and Congress in the state, which sucks. And I'm at the point that I want to leave. I've been a lifelong Alaskan. The only time I ever left was when I joined up for what? Graduated in 03. And January 04, I was in basic training. And I re-enlisted in a contract to come back to Alaska. It's definitely not the same place I left.
Yeah, I feel the same way about Kansas. Here's the second thing that Kansas is fucking around with. If you generate electricity in excess of your own needs,
they want a piece of it?
No, you cannot sell it back to the grid, unless you register yourself as a electric company. So you actually have to, and then to actually be an electric company, you have to be generating the type of electricity, the amounts of electricity that like a power plant would fucking generate, or they won't issue you a license to be a electrical service provider.
Yep, that's the thing.
All right. And
God forbid we give our access to the community in some way, but no.
Well, the growth in power usage is, it's going up all the time. So the monopoly is going to have, in Kansas anyways, is going to have to continue to expand its production. But they can't let anybody else join in that production because that would take away from a little bit of profit that they would get. Now, there are states out there that allow you to sell your electricity back to the grid. But Kansas is not one of them, and that's another change that they made. And one of the streams of income that I was anticipating from that place that I bought was being able to sell electricity back to the grid.
Were you thinking about trying to do hydroelectric?
No, I was going to do a combination of wind and bioelectric, basically burning fucking biomass.
Yeah, burning waste to supplement electricity production.
Yeah, I've got some forested land, and I was going to do wood gasification.
And that is possible if you can connect it to the grid, but yeah, it seems like the utility companies are one of those. Look, you can't get electricity without us. even if you could generate your own electricity, we'll file lawsuits against you to stop generating electricity and pay us $100 to $200 a month. And that is fucking ridiculous. And the courts allow these lawsuits to be heard.
Yeah, you get the justice you can pay for.
I wish that was not the case, but this is another one of those. I can't say you're wrong. I would really hope that you're wrong, but my observations have proven otherwise.
So I'm going to make, if I buy this place up in the Upper Peninsula, I'm going to make my own electricity up there. I'm not hooked up to the grid there anyways. It's, 8 miles from
Well,
the
yeah,
nearest
if you're going to be at a higher elevation too, like you wanted to, you're going to have better solar and wind production. And as long as you got the batteries to make sure that you can maintain I don't know how much battery power it's going to take to maintain 1 to 2 days of electricity without the environmental generation. And you also got a river. You can also put a paddle in that river at a good point, and it will generate electricity too.
Well, that's not actually true.
It's
because
not.
It
It's not. It's
freezes.
not sustaining, but it's a supplemental.
It freezes up there. The river will freeze solid.
Yeah, in the winter, so you can only have it during the thawed months.
Yeah, you can't really count on hydro up there.
No, but you also can't rely extensively on that. You're going to have some sort of fossil fuel tank, or what is it? When I was growing up as a kid, it was not uncommon that we had crude oil furnaces,
right,
for electricity and heating.
What I'm going to do is, once again, I'm going to do the wood gasification.
Mm-hmm. So you're just gonna you could burn wood for heat, but how are you going to generate electricity with wood?
Well, with wood gasification, you gasify. You use a process called pyrolysis.
Okay.
Where you basically you generate something called syngas, which is half hydrogen and half carbon dioxide. So,
but it's still going to spin a turbine to generate electricity.
You can spin a turbine, or you can use it in an internal combustion engine, like a regular petroleum or natural gas.
But using wood fuel as either steam engine or something to turn a turbine to generate electricity and a rotor.
You can fucking use this shit in a Honda generator that you put gasoline in. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
You take the fucking carburetor off, and you have you put in a mixing valve instead of your carburetor, and you burn it that way, and that you get your generator.
I could see that working.
Yeah,
I'm not highly or even amateurly educated on what you're prescribing, but I think I understand what you're trying to do with it. And as far as I'm concerned, fucking go full ham. Government, though, they go, dude, this ain't cool. This ain't environmental. This ain't what we want you to do. But
it's
again,
100% carbon
why
neutral.
do we go by? But
it's
why do we
carbon
go
neutral.
by? But why do we go buy property in fucking leave me alone land? For that exact reason, leave me the fuck alone so that I can be self-sufficient. nobody in the mountains needs G-Man to come up there and go, oh, this isn't that you don't got permits for this, you don't got permits for that, this is unauthorized. Well, that sounds like a recipe for a missing agent who is never found.
And
Not that I encourage any sort of activity, but these are the obstacles that somebody like you will might encounter. But that's also the freedom we also want. Is
yeah, because I'm
just
planning on growing all of my own vegetables. I'm planning on hunting and fishing because this river is fucking fly fishing heaven. Absolute.
oh, so you okay? So your normal decompression for the day is taking your fly rod with your basket and going out to your river, catching what fish go through that river? Trouts,
Yeah,
bass.
some walleye, fucking um,
That's food. That's resources that
yeah,
you're like, I'm not expending energy doing this. I'm expending energy, yes, but I'm decompressing because I my family is a very much of a fisherman kind of family, not a commercial fisherman, but more of their hobbies are we go to remote lakes and rivers and just go fish. That's their hobby, but it's also their stress decompression. But at the same time, whatever they catch, they just gut it and put it on top of a fire and one of those little collapsible uh what is it fish fillet cages, and you put it
yeah,
over a big fire and you just roast it there.
yeah.
Or
I
you know
I
what,
use
if
those
you get a
baskets for
Traeger.
vegetables too.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, they're great. They're great for the loose vegetables when you want to roast them.
yep.
Just slather the vegetables in oil, put them all on that fish fillet um contraption, and put them on top of it with your seasoning, and oh my god, you get fire roasted vegetables and that tastes awesome, and
Yes,
they
they
are
do.
still good for you.
Yes, they do.
Oh, well, anything that fire touches, charcoal or wood fire touches, it just makes the flavor better.
Yep. There's also sugar maples on this property, so I'm going to be able to make.
Oh, you got another resource
Yeah, I don't know
for
how much.
personal or commercial use.
I've never made any, but it's got my interest up.
I think you know Crusader Nate, right?
Yeah, I know him sort of. Uh,
I I
I've
would
never had a
ask.
conversation with him.
Okay. I Well, if you'd like me to, I could reach out and see if he would like to talk about it. But I could tell him like, hey, Brandon's got some remote property with some good resources out there for him because he's in the Great Lakes territories. I
Yep.
won't say where he is because he's never said how comfortable he was about talking his location, but the Great Lakes is vague enough.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if
And
you'd like
I
me
can
to,
tell you, I'm
I
going to
could
be in
reach
the
out
upper
to
peninsula.
him, and if he's got ideas on how you can be more self sufficient, because he's one of those guys that are about self sufficiency, especially in remote properties like that, let me know, and I'll send him an email. And you guys can get in touch, and hopefully, make something of it, or he can give you some better tips than I can. I don't know much about the lower 48. I know more about Alaska than I will ever know about the. Well, I know more about the lower 48 than I'll ever know about Alaska, but Alaska's fucking huge.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll
Anyways,
talk. I'll
I'll
talk to anybody about this.
oh cool. I'll send him a DM and say you're interested if that's okay with you. I'm not going to do anything without your permission on that.
I have no problem meeting new people. You know, it's sort of what the world tour does. I drive around and have dinner with folks. So
Well,
I don't.
if you ever make your way up here to Alaska, I know that's a far stretch, but you ever make it up in my territory? Oh, dude, I won't even invite you to a restaurant. I'll just invite you home and we'll make something for you.
That'll be great.
But
Heck, if you
anyways,
ever.
I'm gonna go and finish making my drink, and I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, I'm back. You still out there in Arkansas?
Yep, just passing through Little Rock right now.
All right.
I started on the far northeast corner of Arkansas this morning, and I'm going to be heading down to Palestine, Texas.
Oh, damn, that's a long route. Well, maybe not long for you.
Yeah.
This is what, about 700 miles?
700, yeah. Well, that's just the whole trip I'm taking is about 700 miles, a little more than that. But from where I started this morning, it's a little over 6.
Okay.
No, a little
Yeah,
under
the only long road hauls I've ever done was in my personally owned vehicle when I did a PCS, or permanent change of station, from Fort Stewart, Georgia to Fort Wainwright, Alaska.
That's a hell of a drive.
I did it in 5 days. You should not be able to do that. And especially when you get to Canada, or at least at that time, back in, that would have been 2008. You could drive that stretch, but there were no gas stations open along the way to refuel except for every 300 miles. Because I went through Georgia to, I think, Missouri, and then went straight north from there through the Dakotas to hit Canada. And then went a little bit north up in Canada, and then kept going west on the Alaska Canada Highway. Which is fun because the bison who lay down on the roads, they look like little black spots. And when you're driving at night, they look like a piece of the road until you start seeing road above them. And it's like there's a break, like there's a blockage in the way.
Yeah.
And then I'm having to slam my brakes on to go, oh dear God, don't hit the bison, don't hit the bison, don't hit the bison. Because they look like little black spots. And unless you can see elevation in the in the highway above you, you don't know there's a road above you, because they take up an entire 2-lane road when they just sit down for some god-awful reason on the road.
It's flat and dry.
And the Canadians don't like us Americans up there. At least when I was there. I got so many dirty looks for being such a dirty American traveling through their towns. I'm just sitting here going, the fuck did I didn't piss in your Cheerios. I'm spending money here. And you're going to give me dirty fucking looks the entire way? No wonder why nobody wants to go there.
Yeah, Canadians are a little grumpy a lot of the times. Most of them are pretty cool, though.
Not along the path that I traveled, but maybe it's because of the path that I traveled. There's so many obnoxious, terrible examples of Americans going through their provinces that they go, oh, not another one. Then again, it was in 2008, so there may have been reason for it. But at the same
I'm
time,
I'm very well traveled, and I'm of the opinion that there are assholes everywhere.
there will
And
always be assholes everywhere because everybody's got an asshole. The majority of the population, too, doesn't help that they exert themselves as obnoxious assholes.
So I'm not going to excuse the Canadians' behavior towards you because you just ran into some assholes. And if the general population feels that way about Americans, then, you know,
Somebody
that's,
set an example far earlier than my arrival.
they ran into some assholes.
And you know what? Look, it, this is the way I like how you treat, or how I expect others to treat others, is on the individual level.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to have a blanket courteous reception to everybody you don't know, but maybe just a little bit of customs and courtesies at a neutral level will go so far. But if somebody's being an asshole, fucking treat them as such. And if there are other Americans in town and you tell them, hey, there are other Americans in town being fucking dickheads, it's kind of on us Americans to set the others straight. Or at least to do a courteous knock and say, hey, you're making a bad name for all of us here. Would you fucking kindly knock it off since we're in Canada? Otherwise, we could just take it outside.
Yeah.
That usually fixes 90% of those conversations, but
In my travels, I never hung around with the rest of the expats. So I never felt like it was my duty to correct somebody else's behavior because the locals will do that.
usually they do.
And
But I would think
if you
if
fuck
I'm in a foreign
around,
country with a bunch of Americans, whether I know them or not, and I know they're starting trouble, I'll probably go up to them and be like, "Hey, you're creating a nuisance. You're creating problems. Let's not set a bad example, okay?" And they go, "Oh, fuck you, you fucking wanker." Be like,
well, if they're
"Alrighty then."
Americans, they won't say wanker.
Violence has been chosen. I ain't gonna start the fight, but I most surely will make you regret starting it. I didn't say I had finished the fight either. I just said I was gonna make them regret it.
It's also been my experience that the foreigner in the country is always wrong and will lose to a local when it comes time to any type of dispute. So it's
Unless
better.
you're in Europe.
No, in Europe especially, if you're a foreigner in their country, unless you're part of the protected classes, whatever that might be.
That's where I was going at.
All right,
Is if
but
you're one of the protected classes or you're an immigrant, if you're a tourist and you're causing problems, look, you got everything coming to you because you didn't recon the culture, you didn't recon the local area, and you fucked around and found out.
but
Immigrants, I don't give them the same kind of, let's say, leniency because they've been there for an extended amount of time. They should know, they should assimilate, but we also know that these people have no intention of assimilation.
You know how I learned how to speak Vietnamese?
I was not aware you knew how to speak
I lived there
Vietnamese.
for a year, right before I moved and I taught English there as well. I went to the market
You
and
are a multilingual motherfucker, aren't you?
yeah, but I just know how to talk. I can't read it, right?
Oh,
And
you can speak the language, but
I
you can't
don't,
write it.
right. And I don't even speak Vietnamese that well. But I went there to the market and I would try to shop and I would listen to them and watch them counting because they do a lot of stuff with their hands. So I learned how to count, and you just go out and you try to try to do what they're doing, and people enjoy that. That's you're never going to be a Vietnamese person, right? The same thing for when I went and
Yeah,
lived in
obvious.
Ukraine.
But if you, what is it? The people who actually try to give a fuck and not adopt their traditions, but are respectful of it,
Yeah,
they give them a far wider berth or more status.
yeah, you still get the "fuck you America" price, but you're not going to get your ass
Mm.
beat and your wallet taken.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly. Hey, they want commerce, you want to spend money.
right. And the same thing happened when I
There's a mutual relationship there, especially
right.
for a long termer, not somebody who's there for a week or two.
The same thing happened when I was in Ukraine. I learned how to speak Russian because half of Ukraine speaks Russian, and the half I was living in was the Russian-speaking part.
Was it in the Donbass region?
No, I lived in Kiev.
No, okay. Because I know that, okay, from my understanding is the Donbass were already ethnic Russians, and they had been there for at least 2 to 3 generations.
Well,
And when the fall of the Soviet Union happened, okay, so now they're about 3 or 4 generations more. But during the segregation of the Soviet Union, there was already ethnic Russians in that area for at least 2 to 3 generations.
try 500 or 600 years, but
Okay, so even more, because I know that the Ukraine was what is it? The whole name of Ukraine allegedly is borderlands or flatland, because the majority of it is flat, but it was meant to be a buffer zone between Soviet Russia proper and Eastern Europe.
well, that's the way the Russians want you to think about it. But that's not
Okay.
actually what the real history of the place is. The
No, because they've
Russian
had different cultural turnovers over the millennia.
and many of them, but the Russians were actually the the original Russian emperors were known as the Kiev Rus, right? So they had two capitals originally, and Kiev was the more established in the beginning. And that
Yeah, during
line,
feudal era Europe, I believe Kiev was the home of the Russian Empire.
it was basically the summer capital because Moscow sucks, right?
Well, wasn't it St. Petersburg was the original capital and
No,
Moscow
no, no, no,
was
no,
later?
no, no. St. Petersburg was built by Peter the Great. Kiev was actually founded by Vikings as
Yeah,
a
they were a
midpoint.
Viking offshoot, or what is it, Varangians, who settled
No,
there and said, "Why don't we just fucking take
Varangians.
control?"
Varangians were Charlemagne and his crowd in Western Europe,
Okay,
and the Varangians fell to the Vikings. um, after the death of
So,
Charlemagne.
are they Scandinavian Vikings that went over there and established power?
Well, to get to the Byzantine Empire in those days, you would take the Volga
Yeah,
River
because there
south.
is a river around there that goes
I'm
to the
just
Caspian Sea
no, it does
that
not.
goes next to it, doesn't it?
It doesn't go to the Caspian. What you when you want to get from Scandinavia down to the um, Byzantine Empire, you take the
Mm-hmm.
Volga River south until you can't. Then you travoy across land, and you catch and you go into the Dnipro, and the Dnipro flows into the Black Sea, which
Oh,
goes
okay.
right. It goes to, and the Black Sea is connected to the Aegean, right there at Turkey, in modern
Mm-hmm.
day Istanbul, but back then it was Constantinople.
Yeah, Constantinople. Yeah, because it was the Eastern Roman Empire until
Right.
they
Until it
changed it
became
to Byzantium.
right.
Yeah, because they were after what is it, the fall of the Western Roman Empire? Well, what is it? The Romans occupied so much land in Europe and Africa and the Mediterranean. No one emperor could actually maintain it. So I think they split it up into 3 empires
Nope, just two.
before the fall of the Western Empire.
Yeah. And that's a whole different topic. We could spend all
Yeah.
night talking about that.
Oh god, that's so much history.
But back to the Kiev Rus,
Mm-hmm.
the that line of Russian emperors lasted until Ivan the Terrible. And Ivan the Terrible's line died out because he killed his own kids. Uh,
Well, that happens with very despotic kingdoms like that.
oh, and here we have an actual Ukrainian to tell us.
Where
What's
are
up,
we?
Constantine?
Hello. It's just you dig too much. But yes, he's not kill his old children. He has younger son. He
Okay.
after he's dead, he's died accidentally. And it was huge deal because it was a lot of conspiracy theories that he was killed by um, nobles to replace the dynasty because he's just on the one of the idea he's killed his older sons that can easily can be after him, but he has more children, but only one another son that was too young, and he's died in strange
Yeah,
obstacles.
one the nobles can arrange a regency for.
Yep. And it was huge stuff because exactly regent became next king, but
Mm-hmm.
again it was Hmm, it's a lot of questionable situation, but again it's not so far in history
Yep.
when split Ukraine with Russians and all that's going on. It's happened mostly because before that, even before Ivan the Terrible, uh, after Mongolian invasion,
Mm.
territory just was splitted one stop because of marriages and all that stuff was part of East European Empire
Are you
land.
talking about the power vacuum from when
No, no, no. It
the
was just
Khanate failed?
no. It was just not in such way. Uh,
Okay.
Part of that stay under Kehen and Golden Horde, it was exactly Moscow. Another part fell off from their hands and was part of Rzeczpospolita, Polish-Lithuanian empire on the east. If you know that Winged Hussar, all that nonsense that's going around it, that part of Ukraine stuck with them, and that was main split in Kiev Rus population
Hmm.
because that territory even known in like part of that empire under name Rutenia, that's mean Russia just in Latin, and that's why when this main split happens, because part of that stay part of Europe civilization with Poland and all that East European stuff is Hungary king and all that stuff,
Hmm.
because king that was married on Polish, no, he sent his daughter to marry Polish government, and he with his sons die when fight with Mongolians, and that part go away to that territory, and was longer fight who will be in charge under that territory between Rzeczpospolita, Polish Empire. Let's call it
Hmm.
that. It's much more difficult. It was oligarchy with when they chose have election for the king. That's
That was
another topic.
that was the war in 1418.
Oh, it start somewhere there. It start. It's even 14th century definitely.
Okay.
Because it's all started when Mongolians came here. It's 1240.
Yeah, I
It's
was about to say that was in 1200. The Mongolian
yeah,
horde reached Europe, I believe.
yeah, exactly. After that time, first period, it's nobody, nothing splittings happened, just murdering, Mongols, fights, devastation. But in mid 14th century, it was that split, and first time somebody beat Mongol from European, it was Lithuanian. Princess, they win that fight, and they get that territory probably to the Kiev. And what stay under Mongols till Russian get independence from them in 15th century. That's split
Hmm.
between Ukrainians and Russians. Ethnic, they practically from that period it was little bit different territory.
So, so even the modern borders that exist now, even pre the 2022 invasion, um, there has always been a cultural dispute, or let's say claims dispute amongst the
Uh,
territories.
Not so big ethnical and cultural, yes, differently. You just can split it on all what inside most territories that inside Dnipro River area, all rivers that go in Dnipro, it's mostly Ukrainian territory. When you move to Volga River, it's Russian territory. Any rivers that go in Volga River, it's Russian.
Uh, oh,
If
you
you,
mentioning Volga Vita, and I play a lot of Crusader Kings, and they take a lot of the old names from 800 to 1200 in the gameplay that you're allowed to play.
no, no, no,
So
it's,
I get to see where some of the old boundaries used to be from historical stance, but then again, it is a video game. It's
yeah,
not 100% accurate, but it's a
say,
good introduction to make somebody interested in history, of which it did make me get interested in some of that. But the Eastern Europe side, not so much I've delved into yet, but
and they
willing to
make
learn.
it a lot of mistakes there, but mostly you in Europe on today borders, Ukraine in Belarus and Baltic country, it was mostly part of Polish-Lithuanian, that Rzeczpospolita, uh,
Okay, yep.
that territory, and they practically was in same river because that was two river like you already discussed between Scandinavia and Byzantine. It's one
Hmm.
was from Baltic states through Daugava River and Dnieper River, and second was from St. Petersburg before that, that great Novgorod city, and two through Volga River and Don River, and that's two main direction, and that's practically where economic splits. And mm, people mostly go through that river that just connects them culturally, economically, and so on and so on.
Yep.
And that's why just that cut is going exactly practically the same. Yes, partially part of Carlsberg, some part of region was before in their territory and just border move back and forth, but more or less, if you just make border not 10 meters, but 200 kilometers, it will be practically the same line. It will be all inside that corridor.
So, question I got for you is, I know the Donbass region was one of the original contentions that
Yep.
sparked the invasion, and from what I understand, it was mostly ethnical Russians who
Uh,
were
that
under a Ukrainian state who elected to separate. Am I
it's little
correct
bit
in that?
uh, probably, but it's much deeper and much more dark history.
Hmm.
Previously, all that territory was ethnically Ukrainian, but it was Second World War and Holodomor and
Yeah,
Stalin love move away.
Stalinistic
Yes,
regime
that
or abuses.
yeah, it's clear the territory from anybody. And after that, yes, mostly Russians, but that territory collect people from all Soviet Empire, from Middle
So all
Asia.
the Caspian steppe cultures, because I know that there's another culture, or
Yeah.
Russia is
Oh,
multicultural, believe it or
mostly,
not.
yeah, and that's why it was repopulated, but with most, probably 40% Russians, 30% Ukrainians, and a lot of mixed nation from every territory.
Yeah,
It
because there used to
was,
be a lot of different nations apart,
yes,
but they were the tribal nations of what now occupies in Russian territory.
and independent state like Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, that territory too.
But those are closer to is it the Black Sea or the Caspian Sea?
That's between that separate regions, that's Caucasian regions, that they have little bit different culture. It's mountains that split from Asia to Europe, that territory, from
Oh,
Turkey to
yeah,
Russia.
that split the Eurasia from the
Yeah.
rest of well, fuck, Russia's a technically
Yeah.
a two continent nation.
Yeah, that's exactly that more or less close, and that's why it's much darker and much more multicultural. Like I said, that's why main clash happens. Main clash happens because again about money and about connection.
Resources, because every
Yeah.
war, regardless of Cassius Belli or reasoning, it's always a resource war.
That's
Except for very few conditions in antiquity history. But I'm sure if we could look at it back enough or enough of records existed,
mm,
they were still resource wars.
as said, Ukrainian war it mostly exception from that rules because it's not because of resources, it's because of power, and again, it's mostly
Or
cultural.
subjugation of other
Yep.
tribes or other nations to
Yes.
fly under one banner.
Yes. And main issue why it happens, it's because cultural shift. It's from probably five six
Mhm.
hundred years in Ukrainian territory have tradition to change ruler. Even from Kiev, Raz, they have some called Veche and so on, some such called parliament. And Cossack age and all
So
the territory was
Barbaro
always
brought up
ruled.
the Tartars in
No.
chat.
Well, the
No.
Tartars lived down, they were part of
Yeah,
the Golden Horde, and they lived down
yeah,
on the Crimea.
yeah. That's a little bit different. It's about
Okay.
power consolidation. If Russian territory always was under dictatorship, more or less, South and Ukrainian territory mostly pro military democratic, like we say. It's close to oligarchy, but again, it's little bit different shift. And again, it's as always, it's one of the big issue. It's bad example. If your people see that if they work like in democracy and they live better than we are, why we keep that guy on the throne and must to fulfill all his request. Why we need that monarchy, Caesar? It's huge trouble for Russia. That's
Mhm.
always be the case. After they win against Napoleon, they have that rebellion when evil nobles said, "We're doing something wrong. We need to replace monarchy," and it's end in just can move away that people that the December rebellion, if you know about it. But again, it's always the case. And trouble for Russia, it's they try to punish any country around them that go away from their grip.
Eh, it sounds not too dissimilar from today. I've been hearing about Azerbaijan
Yes, yes,
walking away from Moscow and doing their own thing with their
yes.
neighbors who are not friendly to Russia, and Russia is not happy about it.
Before that, it was Georgia. Before that, it was Kazakhstan. Before that, it was Baltic country, and it's all around.
But yeah, they did invade Georgia though in the
Yes,
early 2000s
2008. Yep.
to reset or to do what is it? What is it we call it here in the West? Regime change.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. And it's they try to do same stuff, but in Ukraine they mess up. It's all going wrong, and maybe we accept that whole situation if it's not happens like if you read
It's
about it
not an
good.
official NATO versus Russia war, but it might as well be without all of NATO's assets. It's just a precursor.
And it's huge deal because again, if we lose, everybody understands that if you not have nukes, you can be in same situation.
Yeah, I've heard that argument too. That if because Russia knows that they can't win against a combined NATO assault, so what do they have left? Which is their nuclear armament, and they're willing to end the entire globe
No,
to
they
not
just
lose, or at least
no,
that was the proposal that I read or watched. Is Russia's willing to nuke the entire globe and risk mutual assured destruction just to make sure their territory doesn't get seized or turned into a satellite state of the West?
idea a little bit different. They want to rob their own population and nearby country, and to protect them, they need to maintain nukes and maintain
Mhm.
the control of grip. That's why they always that have that option. They can stop anything that going against them. And if you agree with such bargaining, when every time you want to stop them that it was against anybody interest and anybody, what it will happen? Everybody understands that you are no longer world police, and nobody listen to you, and everybody make nukes. And if everybody have nukes, what chance will be that somebody will use it?
I'm kind of
Because of it
surprised
is
since the 80 years that we've had nuclear weapons as a not for everybody, but since the discovery or the first not implication deployment of nuclear weapons in 80 years, it hasn't been used as an offensive weapon ever or a defensive weapon ever again. I think that's
uh,
I think that is uh, a golf clap for humanity. We gone
yep,
80 years without nuking the planet, but we're always on the precipice of it happening since
yes.
then.
And one of the incident is Yom Kippur War when Israel that not have nuclear weapon said we not have nuclear weapon but we destroy Aleppo, Cairo and every capital of Arabic country around us if United States no help us. And
Yeah,
that's again that proves that main stuff. Everybody see if we not have guarantee we need nukes. And it means that nukes will be everywhere. And it will be at some point in terrorist hand, at some point when your
you're not wrong.
oil company wants some oil from some country, it can happen that that country have 200 or 300 nukes, and because of incompetence of anybody, because I see that like your secret agency says that we will sustain 2 or 3 weeks at max. We sit 30 years under bombardment. That means they was same incompetent like Russians, like a Chinese, and like everybody. At some point, you will eat nukes too. If we not stop it right there, that people understand that they do not need nukes, because nowadays we know that North Korea, nobody do anything with them because they have nukes. Iran, they not have nukes, they can be bombarded. Ukraine surrender that nukes, that
Well,
they
didn't
was invented.
Ukraine surrender theirs in
Yep,
the dissolution of the
yep,
USSR?
yep. 1993 and 1995 we get guarantees from Britain, Russia, and United States,
Mm.
and it's not end well. That means nobody will believe. Nobody really believe United States government anymore. You can forget about it on 10, 15 years. It
You're
mean,
okay. You're not wrong about that. We have not. Well, the United States have been a treaty violator in chief for quite a long time. It really does suck that even when we've got what I think is a good leader right now, they're not, because of U.S. history. Everybody goes, we'll just wait another 4 years. We'll just wait another 4 years. Just wait another 4 years. And it's like the whole world is almost campaigning against us at sometimes.
Well, welcome to whoever just joined.
That'd be
thanks.
Happy Swede?
Yes.
That's a
And
beautiful puppy there, too, that you got for your avatar. I just gotta say.
Yeah. That's a good one.
I maybe disagree about that you have now great leader, because from my point of view he make show greatest level incompetence that I see from Bush Jr. And hopefully he will figure out and start to make better. But all his government, like,
Even for the world, or even the American leaders that I even served under, all I hoped for is that they make good decisions. Their foreign policy, I can't do anything about. I can either say I agree or disagree, but I do appreciate how, at least Trump 2016, from what I remember in that administration, it was about more American first policy versus expanding foreign policy. By expanding foreign policy, I mean no more new wars, very, very surgical strikes if it has to happen overseas or outside of our territory. I know he hasn't been doing that lately, but then again, I don't know what he was delivered on his plate because from what I've seen is the reports coming out of Iran is they're doing enrichment of uranium that is far, far, far beyond energy production and doing weapons grade, and they're ordering more and they're building facilities to house more, which it's a telegraph to them that says, hey, they're trying to build a nuke again. We don't want them to have a nuke. And even I don't like the fact that we bombed them.
Let me interject.
Go ahead.
You've been monopolizing the conversation for a second. Now, for 30 years, Israel has been saying Iran is within months, days, or weeks of having a nuclear bomb. I don't believe that it was as dire as Israel says. Now, and then I've seen a couple other things that have happened recently where they are supporting, the government of the United States under Trump is doing the same old thing we always do and support Israel above everybody else, with the Epstein list going fucking missing, which I personally believe Epstein was a Mossad agent, and there's quite a bit of facts to back that up. And all of a sudden, Trump is bombing a foreign country, and which he didn't do in his first term, when Israel was saying the very same thing. Trump has been compromised, and looking at his actions, it's pretty obviously who fucking compromised him. What the hell he did to get compromised, I do not know. But he is not acting like Trump from 2016 anymore. Sure, he's doing a lot of stuff that people are approving of here in America, with getting rid of the illegal immigrants, but he's also doing some stuff that he said he would never do. We have, an increase of $2 trillion in our spending, which we can't afford. And we've got, we're getting into foreign entanglements, which he said he wouldn't do. So I don't know, I don't dislike him for the same reason Constantine does, but I am losing faith that Donald Trump is now America first anymore. I believe Donald Trump is saving his legacy. And he's doing that by playing ball and having foreign entanglements that he promised he would keep us out of. We had no justification for bombing Iran. We were in negotiations with the Iranians to regulate their nuclear program. Those negotiations have been ongoing for the last 40 years. And they're a little contentious, I'll grant you, but nobody was dropping bombs on each other. We were fighting proxy wars. It was kind of a gentleman's sort of thing. Well, it's not too gentlemanly anymore. The Iranians have been stepping it up with their funding of their proxies in Hezbollah and what are those guys? The Houthi, or the
Houthis
guys there
in Yemen.
Yeah, in Yemen. And they Iran pretty much runs southern Lebanon as well, but it's all through proxies.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same way that the Ukraine war has evolved into a proxy war between NATO and the Russians. You can't say that we're guiltless and not involved in that fight, because we're providing a lot of assistance, both monetarily and with armaments, to the Ukrainians. We are involved.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way that's going to end is if one side surrenders over the other. And at this point in time, neither side wants to surrender. The Ukrainians had their land invaded by foreign invaders. And rightly so, they are looking to us for help because we promised them that we would protect them from being invaded. The first time that they got invaded was in 2014. The Russians went in and used some bullshit excuse about, segregation or, ethnic cleansing in the Donbass region and a few other places. and they sent their soldiers, but not in uniform. If you remember the little green men, those were Russian soldiers that were just not wearing Russian uniforms to basically seize part of Ukraine. And we did nothing to stop that then. And Russia looked at that and goes, okay, well, we can get away with this shit. They'll try it again. And they did. And now we're stuck in this quagmire. And not the funny guy from Family Guy either. Where we have to, where we have to continually supply treasure and weaponry to the Ukrainians until the war is over. Who's going to break first? Are we going to run out of Ukrainians first, or is Russia going to go broke first?
Unfortunately, I totally agree with that situation because military winning was far away. If previous administration, it's not on nowadays administration for any point of view, provide with enough weapon, we have chances on the beginning where we demoralize Russians with first collapses of their forces around Kiev, around Kharkiv, on right bank of Dnipro River. We have few winning when if we have enough resources. At that point we can win. Now it's impossible. We just sit under constant bombardment. We have few hundred drones each night. And once a week, it's my city where I live now in Kiev. It happens. Last night they practically destroy few buildings. I don't know. I need to check that. Even hospital that in my area was damaged, maybe destroyed. I don't know. That's mean, and it's not end. Too late to provide us with physical resources. We can just only bleeding and wait till Russians have more trouble with economy or something like that. We not have any more source and advantages in technology because Chinese have Russians, that's obviously, and they must product weapon that not United States, not Europe can't even close it to match. Your military complex is mess up. You can't make weapon in enough quantity and quality. You just have advantage in technology, but if your fight next time will be longer than 6 months or 3 or 6 months, I don't know how long it's take to overwhelm. That's all. In production, Chinese will beat you ass without any trouble. If they not will be collapsed in few first months when you have technology advanced. Later, you just not have enough resources.
Yeah, that used to be our advantage was our industrialness, and especially after Pearl Harbor. I mean, losing the Pacific Fleet, we turned it around in about less than 2 years, recreated it, and made it a force enough so that we could fight a dual front war on a global scale.
Yeah, but that was 80 years
we don't have that capability anymore. I agree with that. We are lacking in that logistics.
Not logistic, even basic production. You sold your main steel company to Japanese. I'm sorry.
To my dismay, yes, you're correct.
You still have chemistry, you still have rocket science, but basic production, steel, car, truck, manufacturing, even artillery shell. It's
Well, yeah. No, you're not wrong. I think you're absolutely correct. And our production levels are terrible for the weapon systems that we have, right? Regardless of advancement or not. dealing with a nation that's able to scale military weapons into the billions on a whim of their supreme chancellor or whatever Xi's position
Yeah.
is. And the fact that he can mobilize a population to a wartime economy with the snap of a finger versus us.
He's not even needed.
They have a big superior advantage, which is probably why we don't do direct engagement.
You can backfire them through the ocean because they still not figure out how to win open sea fight like you.
Oh, open naval warfare? Yeah, they're paper dragon in that area, I still believe. I know there's a lot of people that don't say so,
No,
but
no,
I
no.
think they are far closer to a paper dragon than they are. But they have bodies.
No, not in such case. In open sea, yes, they probably lose, but close sea, Taiwan, Philippines, Indonesia,
Yeah.
South Asia, Japan, Korea,
What you would call close quarters naval
yeah,
combat.
yeah, they can do anything in
Mm-hmm.
Indian Sea, in open Pacific. It's not possible
No,
for them. Yes.
they'll get annihilated. Well, anyways, I appreciate the conversation tonight, gentlemen. But I am going to sign off. I did like the insights that I got to learn new things today. I love learning new things. So thank you, Brandon. And I believe it is we are
Constantine.
we.
That's
Constantine.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, awesome talking with you, but I got to get going to bed. Y'all have a good night. Brandon, you have safe travel, sir. I hope your cargo gets there without any issue.
Oh, it will.
All right,
And
y'all
don't
have a good
forget
one.
to check under your bed.
Don't you
Okay.
dare invite me. Don't you
Oh
dare
dear
invite me.
God! Now Saunders shows up as
Don't
I
you
leave.
dare invite
Of
me
course.
until you leave. So you can't leave yet. You can't leave yet.
No, I do because I got to go to work tomorrow.
No, you can't leave. Nobody can
I
fucking
will-
leave.
Oh,
Dear God! All right, Saunders, I'll give you one more drink and then I'm out.
I'm trying. I'm trying to fucking.
Hey,
I'm trying to
Constantine,
fucking. I'm trying to do this shit. Bear with me. Don't leave yet.
While Saunders is trying to make a complete sentence, I got a call from Glenn
Oh, God
yesterday, and we're not going to be playing D&D on Saturday.
Oh,
Brandon, how
okay.
dare you?
Okay. Then I just post a reminder about characters in Telegram.
Oh my God.
That because nobody except you explain me how you want to play with that stuff. But again,
Okay.
thank you for your stuff. Maybe catch you later. We'll see how it's going. Have a nice ride.
All right.
Hugs and kisses.
And Saunders, get your fucking ass back here. Later, Constantine.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
You have a sexy ass accent, Constantine. Really sexy.
You fucking boomer. You have a birthday and you forgot how to use your computer? What the fuck, Saunders?
And he's gone.
Yeah, Saunders bailed on us. I don't know why.
He fell asleep.
And he must have spilled his corn oil on his laptop.
Or his man juice or whatever.
Yeah, possibly. Welcome back.
Oh,
Oh goddamn! I'm gonna leave everything.
have you used the tissue now or everything is good? Oh. It was a bigger load than we thought.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
True Blood. How you doing,
Yo.
sir?
It's a beautiful night to be driving.
Guys, True Blood, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys wishing me a happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Wait, it was your birthday?
Yeah, it was my
Couple of
birthday.
days ago.
A couple days ago. I woke up, guys. I woke
I
up.
wish
today
you would have
with
told me something. I would have said. I would have said.
two of my
something.
cars have flat tires.
Oh,
Two of my cars got flat tires. I got to go fuck with them tomorrow.
Well, Sanders, congratulations. 1 year closer to death. So, congrats.
Oh yeah, another year closer to mandatory certain exams.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, oh,
I don't
that's
want
close
to
for
say
you,
shit
old man.
because
Yeah,
it's
that's true.
echoing so bad. Am I echoing into guys' chat? My bad.
Did you guys know
Oh,
that when
yep.
Saunders gets a colonoscopy, he doesn't do the anesthetic?
No lube. Whole
No
lube, I'm gonna do
anesthetic,
this
just
anyway.
full awareness.
That's gay, man. That's just gay.
No anesthetic. I'm trying to understand where the hell you guys are coming from. Okay. Because I don't know. I woke up today and two of my cars had flat tires. I haven't given nobody the 10 dick lately, so I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Well, were the tires slashed or somebody pulled the valve stem out?
Did you have a senior moment?
I think I can hear him trying to say something, but it's like he's way far away from the mic.
And damn it,
Yeah,
Sean. How dare you guys?
He's in
No,
Nebraska.
I woke up today to my fucking my car's having flat tires. I gotta unfuck it today.
Okay. Well, yeah,
Mhm.
tire change ain't that bad, but the bad part is
Tire
getting the
change
vehicle
shit.
to a point where you can change the tire.
I'm going to have my mechanic come show up and tell me, do I have something to worry about or not? Because my luck, I drove over nails. My luck is also, I pissed the girl off. I haven't seen her fucking once, and she fucking smashed my shit.
Oh,
So,
you're worried about a tire slasher. Maybe invest in some exterior cameras.
When I looked at him, when I went out to get him, I was like, what the fuck is going on? I looked at my car. I'm like, you got to be shitting me. I went down half a block because tree trimming and tree fucking taking is going to happen in my fucking block this next week. So I take all my shit away from my fucking residence because I don't want a tree to fall on my fucking car. And then I go, oh, I got to work out today. My Impala has a flat tire. Oh, no problem. I'm going to go walk half a block away. I'll take my other car. My other car's got a fucking flat tire in the front. What the fuck? Okay. So I take my dad's truck that nobody can get to because it's in my garage. And I take, I haven't given anyone that I know of in the last 10 months the 10 dick. So nobody should be fucking slashing my tires. But I'm in this position anyway. So I got to unfuck this shit. It's horse shit.
I
Horse
can't
shit.
imagine that it's fun. Yeah, Vero is saying, first, try to inflate them.
Did you try that, Sanders?
Well, I do have a Ring camera, but it hasn't been in sanction for a while. So I have my buddies looking at it to see if they can see anything that are my neighbors, because my neighbors are cool as shit. My neighbors are cool as shit. But I'm like, I went to go work out today. Oh, cool. One of my cars has a flat tire. No problem. I walked to my other car. It's all fucked up at the same time. Okay, wait. I haven't given anyone the 10 dick in fucking a year. So there ain't no way nobody's fucking with me. It can't be that some woman slashed my shit. I'm going to fucking find out tomorrow.
Wait, did any of the women that you've seen in the last year or two have a husband or a boyfriend? Or may have had one that they conveniently did not disclose?
Mm.
Well,
Or-
I'll tell you what.
More probably, did you feed any of them?
Brandon, Sean, all of you guys know I have never hidden anything from any of you. You guys know this. If there's something
It's not
going
like you
on,
could.
I would fucking tell you.
Did you feed any of them? Did you like give them like food? You might not have given them the 10 dick, but you know, I've seen and heard stories about, you know, the caloric intake of some of the girls that you've, you know.
Oh my god! You're gonna tell me about the caloric intake of the girls that I've met, Brandon? That's not okay, because I can't fathom.
That was like, what, 3 years ago at this point?
No, I'm trying to say that last year Riggs reported that you were doing a little hogging, and I'm just wondering, you know, if you fed any of them hogs.
Yes, I did. I did some hogging, brother. I looked at all the caveats. I looked at all the caveats. There ain't nobody fucking that pissed at me to fucking fuck with my tires. Fuck with my fucking multiple fucking tires. I haven't given anyone the 10 dick lately. So I don't think that's it, brother.
Well, I accept, you know, I understand you haven't given them the 10 dick, but, you know, sometimes taking them to the breakfast buffet, you know, is enough.
Just as bad?
Yeah. It's like, Father Saunders, he's yummy.
Wait, he gave them the Hobgoblin sauce, didn't he?
If I'm yummy, tell me that I'm yummy. Don't slash my tires. Tell me that you hate me. Tell me that you don't like me. I will deal with that. I can deal
Jared,
with that if you don't like
I'm
me.
hungry, Jared. Feed me, Jared. Feed me.
Don't mess with Brandon's tires. Don't mess with anybody on Brandon's chat. Yeah, don't mess with anybody. I didn't mess with you. Don't mess with my fucking tires. I got fucking flat
Feed me.
tires. I woke up
Feed
flat
me.
tires.
I am hungry, Jared.
Feed me,
Flat
bacon.
tires. Oh, you're terrible. You guys are
It can
terrible.
happen. It can
You're all
happen.
terrible. Brandon, you're terrible. You're terrible. You're terrible fucking people, Brandon. You're fucking terrible. You're terrible. How dare you guys wish me to have flat tires? I got
We
a
don't
unflat
Hey,
tire
I didn't
for the
wish you
next
to have
day.
flat tires.
I've got
Nobody
to-
wants you. Nobody wants you to have flat tires. We just, you know, say
It's
that
fucking
you're-
awful.
Hey, I know this is it. They couldn't lose weight, and they're blaming you for their spare tire. So that's why they're doing it, because you fed them too well.
I could see that being a problem.
You know, you need to hook up with Happy Sweet here. He's got some good moose
Brandon?
meat.
Brandon, I don't have to worry about tandem weights. I don't have to worry about any weights.
Hungry. Hungry.
So juicy. Give me the juice.
It's not funny. Fuck you.
Give it to
Fuck
me,
you too,
Saunders.
Saunders.
No, when I went out this morning, dude, and I saw my cars, I'm like, you got to be shitting me. I got a flat in one. I'll just take the other car. Oh, I got a flat in the other? Oh, fuck me. So I got to take my own fucking third car out that's not flat to unfuck myself. And I got to fucking unfuck all this shit tomorrow.
Yeah, I can admit that those are problems I just don't want to
Yes.
have.
I got to unfuck my shit tomorrow. So I appreciate you guys. It's all bullshit, man. I woke up today. Oh, one car's fucked. I walked to the other. Oh, that car's fucked too. I got to fucking take my dad's truck.
Is he going in and out, or am I hearing things?
You guys ever woke up to all your cars having flat tires?
You're absolutely
Never.
correct. He is.
Well, for you guys that don't know, I'm having 3 trees trimmed.
You know,
and,
there's another
I
explanation,
have a locust tree.
Saunders.
I have
that you haven't
$2,500 worth of fucking
considered yet.
shit going on at my house for the taking the trees down.
Well, have you considered that, you know, after all the industrial chemicals that the Saunders Eve Corporation's been pumping into the Platte River for these years, that
Granted,
there's been a mutation of the cranes. You know, the cranes that everybody comes and watches the crane migration. Well, one of those cranes mutated, and it's now become aware, and it knows where the mutagen came from. And it's going to start off with your tires. It'll be one inconvenience after another until it drives you insane and you make a mistake, and you'll be vulnerable sometime. And that crane will then strike! And there'll be nothing you can do about it because, you know, he's coming out of the air and you'll never see him coming. Saunders Eve is really messing up the environment of the Platte River, and it needs to stop, Saunders.
This sounds plausible.
I can't possibly downplay anything that Brandon just said. Everything Brandon just said, I can't possibly argue.
Refute.
I can't
Deny
refute
or
anything
confirm.
because that's too much. I don't have the mental capacity to refute anything Brandon just said.
Are you in love with him or something?
You could try and seduce this crane. How do you feel about having gay sex with a bird?
I don't have.
Whoa!
The fuck?
Whoa! Where
I
the
thought
fuck
Brandon
did
was
that
my
come
finger,
from?
Brandon on my back. No, Brandon's talking
That's
about
fucked up. Holy shit!
why you guys laughing. There's nothing funny here. Why you guys
Dude,
laughing?
I'm sorry. That's just
That's some fucked up shit.
Brandon. You
You guys are,
You know what? I obviously
look
don't
at you.
come
Look
around
at y'all
here enough.
laughing. Look at y'all laughing. What's wrong with you?
I
was
forgot
funny.
what Brandon said at this point, but it's
Brandon Wasco Hardy pisses his pants.
it was
What's wrong
like,
with you
wait,
guys?
what?
Sean, if you know me, you know that I fucking take a little time to set up a joke. You know, ask Saunders
You're not
how
wrong.
long I've set him up for fucking him athletic supporter.
That's not
fucking
okay,
have no
Brandon.
clue.
That's a caveat. I was not prepared for that.
You weren't
Brandon set
prepared
me
for
up
a
for 3
lot
months on
tonight,
something at one time. Yes, that actually happened. Fuck you.
apparently.
Fuck you, Sean. Fuck you guys. Any of you that laugh at me, eat a dick.
Okay. Now or later? I got a phone number or something?
How dare you guys laugh at me?
Oh my god.
Oh shit!
Terrible people.
That's
Terrible.
just awesome laughs.
Y'all are terrible.
Oh yes, we most certainly are terrible.
Terrible people.
Well, I'm trying
Would
to.
Why
you have
like-
it any other way?
And if anybody wants to, clip that, fair use, go for it. But you never did answer my question.
What was your question? Let me answer it, Brandon.
How do you feel about having gay sex with a bird?
Gay sex with a bird?
Yes,
I never had sex with a bird, so I can't tell you what the hell I would do with sex with a bird.
well, not just sex, but gay sex.
So it's got to be a male bird.
Well, that's the crane. The crane muted. It was a male crane.
Well, if you have butt sex with a woman,
You've
isn't
hosted
that
me in a
kind of
house
gay?
where we were gay as fuck. I didn't fuck any bird, and I didn't fuck anybody in the house. So,
Oh
I
dear
don't know how to
God,
answer-
Pharaoh.
How do I
Too much
answer?
information,
Okay. No. How do I answer that question?
I don't know how you answer that question.
This
You
is
gotta
how
use
you
your
answer that
imagination.
question. I'm never gonna fuck a bird. That's how you answer that question.
Well, yeah. Other than
Oh,
that,
wow.
but the question implied also that there is there's only a yes answer.
Brandon,
a
that
certain
I'll
kind
never
of
fuck a
yes.
bird, but you're still gonna you're still gonna make something for me the next day that I got to I got to judge the next day. If I have to judge something the next day, that means you care about what I think about. So I've never fucked a bird. So we got
Well-
shit to talk.
That's in the past tense. We were talking about the future.
Oh, no.
It is a question. And questions have to be answered.
You will answer them now.
I have no idea how to answer any of these questions.
It's like, no, I will never fuck a bird, Brandon. Would be a good answer.
Oh, okay, Brandon. I will never fuck a bird. I have no,
Okay.
5
I
minutes
have no
later.
fucking clue what you're talking about, Brandon. But I will never fuck a bird, Brandon. There you go.
There you go. That's fine. So the bird will be
I will
doing the
never
fucking.
fuck a bird. Does that make you guys feel better if I will never fuck a bird?
That's fine. You won't be driving, so that just means Birdie's going to drive. Going to build a little nest back there.
I'm not driving anyway, Brandon. I didn't drive when I met you. I walked.
I know that's not true.
That is very true because I was taking a shit and he fucking yelled the word "gay" when I was taking a shit and it was hilarious. It was the best thing ever.
The best photo
What?
Dude, it was the best thing ever. I was taking a shit and then all of a sudden I heard fucking Brandon say "gay." I'm like, oh my God, that's fucking hilarious.
That was to Rusty. Rusty was
Yeah,
was
Ben.
doing. Rusty was doing his fucking, what is that, Instagram girl impersonation, and
Oh no.
well, I love Rusty to death, but he really loves that camera, and he was out there making a video on the street, and I waited for for the perfect
dude.
time, and then I yelled. He was like, and the roof on this house, and then I yelled, gay!
Dude, fucking Brandon was there. Fucking Rusty was there. I was taking a shit in the toilet. I heard fucking gay when I was fucking taking a shit. It was the greatest thing ever.
Great. Oh, wait, oh dear God.
Whoa.
Okay. This just escalated.
And the neighborhood we were staying in was, to put it mildly, rainbow friendly. So
Was this the MGTOW meetup?
yeah, this is at the MGTOW meetup.
Dude, it was
Oh,
fucking
man.
hilarious. It was the greatest thing ever.
To be honest, I'm kind of surprised it happened. I mean, I know that people have the logistics to do so, but some of the people who don't have the logistics to do so found a way. More people showed up to that than I was surprised.
Yeah, it's been growing every year.
That they made a yeah, but our little corner of the internet, which is like maybe somewhere between like a combined viewership, somewhere between 5 to 10,000. I mean, for like global creators, that's small fry, but we have better relations with each other and with our communities.
Relations.
Yeah. Okay, not in that kind of way.
I
I
wasn't
see what
saying
you're
anything.
doing there.
I was just saying relations.
No, I know what you mean.
Of the sexual nature.
No, it was a terrible word choice, but I didn't think that it would be taken out of context like that. But you know what? Now I know.
Okay.
Touche. So Saunders, when are you getting those tires fixed? Oh, he must have walked away.
Well, all I gotta say is it's too bad that you don't suck to get a tire inflated. You know, if that was the case, he wouldn't need to hire a mechanic.
You wouldn't have to hire shit.
That's right.
Tired of this fucking dick.
What, you don't have a fucking air pump?
Yeah, use your little bicycle pump, Saunders. That'd be awesome.
Brandon, how dare you?
No, well, I don't have it anymore, but
How dare you guys?
yeah, we used to have like one of those like emergency ones that you can plug it into the cigarette lighter, and you can get it sucks because you're gonna wait 10 minutes for it to inflate to like 20 psi. But not one of those around?
Well,
or am I off kilter? I might be off kilter.
in the Saunders household, you've got a different approach was taken to mechanics. He was counting on quantity being a quality all of its own, and in this case it failed him because he had 3 flats on 3 separate vehicles. Now, somebody who,
To be honest, that's very indicative of targeting.
yeah, Well, somebody else might have thought, hey, maybe I can take the tire off of one of my vehicles and put it on another one of my vehicles. That way I'll have one vehicle I can drive. But, you know,
The only non-malicious theory I can think of is Sage is going to try to do something this weekend, and he's trying to make sure his dad can't do something about it.
it's possible.
I mean, we've gotten him to steal Father Saunders' toilet paper while he was in the toilet on stream before. Not saying this is not outside of his wheelhouse. I don't know him well enough, but I don't think it can't be ignored.
Well, he might have pissed off his zinc sock supplier too. And this is their way
Especially if he ain't paying his dues.
Yeah.
So that's always a possibility. You there, Saunders? I did say until the end of this drink, and then I'm going away.
All right, hey guys, I love y'all. I gotta fucking unfuck my 2 fucking flat tires tomorrow. You guys have a great fucking night. I appreciate you.
Good
All
night,
right,
Saunders.
take it easy.
He's got to go fap now.
Yeah, I got about a third left of this, so I'll be a man of my word. I'll finish that up, and then I'll depart.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. You've been with me almost all the way across east-west in Arkansas.
Well, I enjoy the conversations. And I've been trying to behave. So I know I can carry on a little bit too much, especially if no one keeps me in check, and you're one of the few that actually get me in, or make me in check.
Oh, I just treat you like a man. There's no fucking difference between how I treat you and how I treat anybody else. I'll let you say your piece, but if I've got something to say, I'll say shut the fuck up for a minute. You know?
You are also the host, so I have not always been the most courteous guest, but I have been trying to do far, far better.
I appreciate that. And you're a good dude, Sean, so nobody's going to fuck with you.
Oh, you're too kind.
No.
I'm a terrible person.
I'm an asshole, so.
I mean, there's
Just
definitely
ask my
a family.
ex-wives.
I would say ask the family back in Iraq or a couple of families that they won't get to see their loved ones again years and years ago, especially for a conflict that I have, let's just say, lack of faith in the truthfulness of it.
Oh God, Bush lied us into war on that one. I fought the first one.
Oh, Desert Storm 91?
Yep. That one, they actually invaded their neighbor, and we had a just cause to go over there. The second one, not so much.
Yeah, but apparently we gave Iraq permission, according to Saddam. He said that we gave, or that the U.S. ambassador gave a unofficial wink. Yes, you can invade Kuwait because they're digging under your territory to get access to your oil and say it's theirs.
Yeah, that's a bullshit lie they've come up with after the fact.
That's the problem. We can't even trust our own history anymore.
Well, you know, the long and short of it is they invaded a country that we had a mutual defense treaty with. Unlike what happened in Ukraine, where they didn't have a treaty, they had
Yeah,
what's
there's
called,
like a security agreement
it
by a
was actually
few
called
states.
officially an accord. As there was no mutual defense pact signed, because Russia thought that if that happened, then Ukraine would be part of NATO.
But they wanted to keep Ukraine as a buffer, independent buffer state, but with more Russian influence.
Well, we know that's bullshit too.
That's
Putin
from
wants to
how I
rebuild.
understand after the
Putin,
segregation, or not segregation, dissolution of the USSR.
yeah, Putin wanted to or wants to rebuild the former borders of the USSR. There's never
I've
been any
heard that, yes.
doubt in that. Call it a buffer
Hasn't
zone.
been very successful.
Well, the Russian Empire, which is what the USSR was formed from, took a long time to get all that territory, and they did it by
Eh,
having incremental wars, where they would fight for a bit, then quit, then fight for a bit, then quit.
hold
And
on.
that's
Kiddo
what
is
they're
yelling
doing
at
again.
me. I'll be
Yeah,
right back. Sorry.
this is the old model. They're doing it again.
All right, I'm back. Apologies for the wait.
Alrighty.
So you got the sun going over the horizon yet? It's a lot
Yeah.
brighter out there.
It's not over the horizon yet, but it'll be soon enough. 5:40 Central Time.
5:40. That makes it. Yeah, still 2:40 in the morning for me.
Yep.
So, what's your favorite state to go to or travel through?
I don't really have a favorite. I have
So,
certain
none
states
that
I-
have like a, or maybe a group that has a preferential opinion over
I have-
others?
I have states that I don't like going to because of the quality of the roads. But like Indiana, the roads in Indiana are absolute garbage. Same thing goes for Arizona. Just
So, like, road degradation, like they're not even filling the potholes with tar?
yeah, it's pretty fucking awful.
On a highway? I would think that's like well beyond terrible. I think that is criminal negligence in the state.
Well, you'd think it would be, it is negligence, but criminal. I don't know. I don't.
Administratively negligent, at the very least, then. Which we all know carries nothing more than just a fine, but
What happened to Mr. Sanders?
I
He
don't know.
uh,
He just dropped out.
Yeah, my wife called. So
He
screw you,
decided.
I hate when my. Sorry, Brandon.
I just was saying I was going to make a joke, but never mind.
Well, he said his wife was calling him. It's like, you can't take a call with us around, right?
No, StreamYards hate that. It totally dies when I do that.
Oh,
My
because
wife
you're
called.
on mobile.
Yeah, but just nope.
Nah, no, I understand.
Yeah, mobile StreamYard. Mine dies when I get a call too.
Yeah, because StreamYard relies on that app being in focus or being like, there's a hierarchy of apps that get like positioning for resources or what is it? When you try to flip between your apps, it creates priorities like that, and it's terrible design. But it's for a phone, so it's ideal for a phone, but still overall terrible design. They should be able to allow it to run in the background, but I'm guessing Apple gets in the way of that.
It has actually done it a couple of times, so it has worked.
So it's
still in the
worked within
StreamYards.
in the background.
Yeah. And sometimes my wife is also on StreamYards and talking on the phone, and sometimes she's
Mhm.
not, and sometimes it just breaks off. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, but there's no consistency about it, so you can't tell what is the factor that allows it to happen or disallows it.
It's a lot of fancy words, but sure.
Yep. Well, I did say that I was going to stick around until the end of my drink, and I have finished it.
All
So
right. Good
you
night,
all have a
Sean.
good rest of your for Brandon, your journey. Be safe and all your cargo be intact. Who's the other gentleman that joined us?
That's Happy Swede, otherwise known as Moose Bane.
Moose Bane.
Happy Sweet Moose Bag? Well, you know what? I'm an Alaskan, so I love moose too. You take it easy. You have a good one.
Yeah,
Hugs
Moose
and
Bane
kisses.
got really close to his moose, though.
And
was
chat,
just a couple-
don't ever change.
It
Threes.
was inches, just inches away.
Well, how goes the life of the world's greatest glazer?
I'm not the glazer. I'm a auto mechanic technique. I change window screens on cars right now. That's my job.
Sounds like you're playing with tape.
I am.
Are you putting that on your genitals?
A gentleman doesn't tell, but if you want that, sure. You're a sick little fuck, aren't you?
I can't. Yeah.
Come
But
again,
I
Brandon?
figured I can be a little bit.
Yeah.
But I was just thinking in terms of practicality. You know, I'm old, right? And
Mm-hmm.
you're not a spring chicken anymore.
No.
So, have you noticed that your balls start to sag? And a little tape for support might help. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe. Maybe I have to try that, Brandon. You never know. You might like it. You might
You
not.
might. You might.
Hmm.
You won't know until you try. That's for sure.
Well, this got pretty fucking gay.
Well, what's gay about it? You're doing it to yourself.
Well, that doesn't really help the situation as you're doing to yourself. Gay is still gay, man.
Well, how could it be gay if you're doing it to yourself? Unless like.
Well, if you're putting on makeup and waxing your ass at the same time, that's kind of gay. Just because no one sees it doesn't make it less gay.
I don't believe anybody talked about waxing asses or putting on makeup, but I can see how a nice wax job would help with the tape removal.
Hmm. You're bad.
You wouldn't want to get that. You wouldn't want to get that tape caught up in the hair if you had hair.
Hmm.
That could be
Alright.
painful.
Good. Oh, it's getting light there. It's 7 o'clock now?
No, it's 6.
Okay.
12 minutes to 6.
It's 1 here. Well, Brandon, I'm gonna do some noisy stuff, so I can't really be in your chat anymore.
Okay.
So hugs and kisses.
Yeah, bye-bye.
I love your overalls. They're really sexy. Do you have them on? Do you have the overalls on?
I do have the overalls on, yeah.
Which color?
Blue.
Ooh, I like the brown.
I don't
The
have any
brown is the
brown
best.
ones.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, hugs and kisses, man. Bye.
Bye. Well, hey there, hamster.
Good morning, you big stud. How are you, stud muffin? I heard the Swede wanted you to take your underwear off there. Sick bastard. Do you have your overalls on? You should have said no. They're off for you, man. Da 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 da. Now, if I had to guess, Brandon, I'd say you're going west.
You are correct, sir.
Kind of had a figure. Except if you're in Australia, then the sun rises in the west. Did you know that? Oh yeah, yeah. You didn't know that. Everything's
Only if
backwards.
the Earth is flat. Only if the Earth is flat.
What do you mean only? Are you a denier? Is that what you are?
Yes, I am a flat Earth denier. Yes.
You crazy man, you. Oh my God. Ah, another happy day here at the factory of fun. Ooh. At least I got rid of most of my beer cans. That's good. But you know, Brandon, it's one of those things that just keep piling up every day. I don't know what's going on.
Oh! You keep knocking
the beers back. Yeah. Well, all this stuff going on. I think I'm finally at the top of the pile, so I got most of it done. That's good. I'm happy. Or less unhappy.
Yeah. So, have you finished with your old job yet, or is that still sort of going on a little bit?
Nope. Still going on. For another week or so. And then I got to move all the shit and then start in a couple weeks. So, yeah. The timing's going to work out. So I'm happy about that.
Hey, Vero, if I didn't greet you earlier, hello.
Oh, yeah. Vero's here. Yeah.
We actually had quite a few people on tonight.
Yeah. Heard that. I just rolled out of bed. Fish got nukes, Ash Blackwind. Captain Colonel Saunders is here for a while.
Yes.
Oh my God.
He was.
Did he pop on?
He did.
Oh my goodness.
And that was
Oh, my.
good because he hasn't been on for a while.
For a while?
Mhm.
Yes, sir. Well, you started 4 hours ago, so that's about his time. Where he like yeah, it's time when I like to get out the secret corn cob, you know what I mean?
Yes. Colonel for your pleasure.
Ooh, I like it. Oh my God. That is really clever of you. You're really smart and everything.
I
Oh my God.
can't take credit for it. It's a product of Saunders Eve.
So, when you need to smell your very best. Douche with a sucker. Yeah, that's awful. All right. So how much of this shit in the fridge am I going to throw out? Can you take a guess, Brandon?
I would say everything.
Everything. That is correct. Then I got to swipe it out. I'm thinking about hiring some people who know what they're doing. And just come in here and just do it. Take care of that. I don't want to get even more fucked by this goddamn place. Oh, piece of dust over here. That's another $500. You sons of bitches.
Maybe hire the same company they use.
Well, I thought about that. But for some reason, they appear to be reluctant about that, and I don't know why. Maybe it's their cousin and they charge you $1,000 or whatever. Who knows? I don't know. But everyone I've discussed that extra fee with, they are also in shock, just like the rest of us. Like, what? So it's not just me being stupid. It's like, you're kidding me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway, what's done is done. Son of a bitch. This other place, they've got some foo-foo words in there, but I don't plan on, there's no reason for me to not, stay the whole lease. So, not worried about it. I mean, worst case, if I buy a house or something silly like that, I'll just rent the fucking apartment until the lease is over, and there you go. It'd be cheaper.
Yeah.
But my fruit flies are back, by the way.
All right.
My friends. And
Well,
I've
just came to say goodbye.
They did. I mean, there's literally nothing for them to eat, so I don't know what the hell they're surviving on. But coffee grounds, maybe. Yeah, it's love, love, love. Nothing you can do when you have a hamster. Nothing to say. Yeah. So I got to fill out some more paperwork today, and go to Schnucks. And then probably drink myself into oblivion. Sounds like a normal day. Yeah, normal day.
What is it today? Thursday?
It's Thursday, the 10th of July, 2025. Did you hear we have another weird comet coming through the solar system?
I did. I heard it's a big one.
Not only that, it's got aliens and shit on it. So it's going to be great.
Excellent.
Yeah.
But I heard it's the biggest comet that we've ever fucking seen.
I hadn't heard that, but it could be. Yeah, could be. It's a big motherfucker, is what you're saying.
Yeah. You know that big pileup that we saw yesterday?
Yeah.
It got bigger after we went by.
Really? They kept running into each other?
Yes.
Jeez. Was it raining or what was the deal?
It was raining.
Well, That's not good. Hopefully no one got hurt.
Well, they did. Nobody
Oh.
died.
There were some injuries. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Da, 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 da. Blah, blah, blah.
The cause was exactly what we were talking about yesterday. Somebody slowed down to a ridiculously low speed in low visibility, and then somebody drove up on him who was driving too fast in low visibility, and the two vehicles tried to occupy the same space.
Yeah, that usually doesn't work out too well.
And then it just went on from there, because after the crash, they were no longer even moving at all.
Mm-hmm.
And the guys that were still moving ran into them.
Well, Brandon, what I do as a civilian with four wheels, when I start slowing down, I put on my flashers. That's right.
Yeah, that's what it. By law, anybody driving less than 45 miles an hour on a highway, or the posted minimum speed, has to do that. So, you, sir, did the right thing.
Thank you. And I learned that almost the hard way. I think I told you the story, but I'll share it again real quick.
Oh,
I'm in Michigan, and I there was a thing in front of me, a bunch of cars that I didn't see. I had to put the brakes on pretty hard. Well, there was a semi that didn't see it either. And he comes up, and I could see the wheels are smoking, and he's trying to go in the ditch and everything, but because he was going to run into me. But he made it. He stopped in time, but still, you got to probably wipe your ass after that. Holy crap. So that was on 94 over in Western Michigan.
Going east-west. Nice.
I was going south. It's the south part. So north-south part, right by, is it Grand Rapids? Somewhere up in there. Let me pull it up.
I'm just thinking, since it's got an even number, it'd be an east-west highway.
Well, it normally is, but there's a part of it that goes south.
Okay.
Let's see. What does it turn into? Maybe it's a different interstate. Let me look here. No. Okay, it goes through Paw Paw, everyone's favorite town. And then it gets to around Benton Harbor. Then it goes south around the lake a little bit. But it's still generally west, but yeah. So right up in there. That's actually pretty neat if you're, needing a break or something. And if you're along I-94 on the east side of Lake Michigan, there's a Sand Hills or Warren Dunes State Park on the on the Michigan shore. It's really cool.
Yes, it is.
Oh, you've been there? Okay.
Do you want to hear a Warren Dunes State Park story?
I do. Yes.
All right. When I was a wee little True Blood, back in the 1970s, we went there, and we went to go see this new thing that everybody was doing. And it was like the pioneers of hang gliding were doing it there from those dunes.
Aha.
Every little hang glider was all handmade and individually crafted by the guys that were doing the flying.
Cool. So
that is what sparked my interest in aviation, because these guys were flying like birds.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like they were in an airplane or anything like that. They just they were hanging from ropes underneath kite, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That was in the 70s, you say?
That was in the 70s. That was like 72, 73, something like that.
So they probably would have been the fun hippies or the fun surfer dudes and doing something different. Yeah, cool. So there you go. The dunes are indeed high enough to jump off of and fly. They are big. They're
And
large.
there's lots of wind.
A lot of wind, yep. It's right across from the Windy City, after all. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. But, of course, there's also some sand dunes out there in Colorado.
Yes, there are. Sand Dunes
The Great
National
Sand
Monument.
Dunes National Park, yep. I might have to go out there because that looks like that'd be kind of cool. And then there's that one, that little bridge that goes over the one of the rivers. I'd like to go see that too. It's out where they have the Supermax prison. What the hell is that called? I thought it was Colorado City, but maybe it isn't. What is that bridge? It's really fucking high up in the air too.
Oh, is it the one over Royal Gorge?
Yeah, Royal Gorge, yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Pretty nifty, huh?
I've only seen pictures. I've never actually been there.
Let's see where it is. Where is it? Royal Gorge. Oh, okay. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a ways. Because the Supermax prison is at Florence, Colorado. Where the hell is Royal Gorge? Oh, geez, that's way down there. Oh, okay. It's west of Pueblo, so that's a bit of a drive. But I might, what the hell, right? If I get a motorcycle, why not? If I get a motorcycle, yeah. It still hasn't happened, has it?
No. Good morning, RO.
RO. Good morning. Well, there are a lot of cool roads to ride in Colorado. So
Yeah.
one of the last times I went, it was a little early in the spring, but it was a nice warm day, and there was still rock salt all over the fucking roads. I almost wiped out.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good day, but it didn't. I didn't wipe out. But
If you did go for a motorcycle journey, would you tell me about it?
I probably would. Yes.
Would you
Yes.
call me up and tell you ride?
Oh. Oh. I knew something was coming, Dad. The dad jokes.
That they are.
Yeah, so Royal Gorge, it looks like it's not even operating anymore. It's just a bridge that you can go look at. So, yeah, I might have. Who knows? We'll play it by ear.
Yeah.
There's no rush. I'm still a young man, right? I don't know. I mean, if I get a bike, I might want to go with more of a sport model. You know, you can get around the curves a little bit better with that, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get a
Like I told you
Hayabusa.
before.
I mean, you know, geez, why not?
Like I told you before, if I was gonna ride again, I would go with the Goldwing.
Yeah, I mean, a wing would be fine too. I mean, you can get you know, a loaded wing for about 25 or 6,000. Well, that was last time I looked, but somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
And it's the Honda. The thing was run forever. You know.
And you can buy a used one for 10 or 12.
Oh yeah, or even less. You can get one, 20 years old. It's probably a few thousand. The thing will still run. There's no problem. Hondas run forever if you take care of them.
And it wouldn't have that stinking automatic transmission like the new ones.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a problem. The DCTs. I'm not real happy with that because Honda came out with a automatic bike. God, I can't remember if it was 70s or 80s. Now I don't know about you, Brandon, but I prefer shifting myself. I think I like that.
Yeah, especially when you're slowing down.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why people have a problem with the thing. Maybe if they were trying to get more women involved in it. I don't know. Women could shift. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, women they can run the gears just like men. It's not that hard. So.
No.
It's almost, for me, it's part of the experience.
I guess they just figured that Gold Wing riders weren't clutch performers.
God. You must have had plenty of coffee this morning, eh? Oh, my God. They just couldn't perform the clutch. Blah. Oh, and that's another thing. You probably don't listen to the radio much because you're always streaming.
Yeah.
But for me, Brandon, the absolute worst radio is the sports radio, guys. Absolutely fucking hate it. Especially when they get the deep voice women there. Oh, yeah, we got them in the clutch and the thing. And oh, my God, they're going to recruit this. I don't fucking care. I hate this shit. Sorry. The Fan. Yeah, and now we're into the quadruple A team from West Elbow, Montana. Oh, I got a great hitter there. It's like, okay. All right. Cool, I guess, huh?
Yeah, and his gang.
Yeah. Well, you are just a funny guy today. Or at least you think you are.
You really funny guy.
Where is Mr. Hemi 4-Speed?
In Canada.
I know, he's got to be up by now. It's shake and bake time, or wake and bake time, so.
Coffee and cannabis.
Mm-hmm. Well, when I used to smoke cigarettes, that was probably the best one of the day. You get out the smoke and you have a hot cup of coffee. Just they go together like whamma lamma lamma.
Yeah.
Doobie doobie ding dong.
We are going to bypass the road construction here in Texarkana.
Texarkana.
My GPS is going to hate me because remember we need to take 151.
151.
But first we take 49 south. We're going to take 49 to 151.
Okay.
Is it my GPS usually routes me around this road construction, but I just drove it fucking 3 days ago and it's horrible. And it's just about 6:15 to here. So all the idiots are trying to get to work. And I'm already at work, so.
True. Yeah, and the I'm logged on to the company, and they send these fake emails out all the time to make sure you're not being stupid and clicking on dumb shit.
Right.
And it's like, support at updatedinsurancerate.net. They don't even spell insurance right. INSURANACE. So you know it's fake.
Right.
This automated notice is confirming you received your change in your policy. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, wait. Junk. Suspicious email. There we go. All right. Jeez.
Oh, speaking of insurance, are you going to be covered? Or are you going to have to buy the fucking Cobra shit?
Oh, no. It's only going to be a week between here and there. So
Yeah.
I believe the the law is you're covered for 30 days from your last day. And then if you want to buy Cobra, they have to give you that information, that you can buy it as long as you want. But no, it shouldn't be an issue. They got to give you 30 days.
The only time I've used Cobra is when I was working for the university when I was getting my master's degree. I was a graduate assistant, right?
Mm-hmm.
But one of the benefits of being a graduate assistant is you get fucking insurance through the university. It's good fucking insurance, right?
Sure.
But and then I went to work after I got my master's degree for Beechcraft. And at Beechcraft, you had to wait 3 months before your insurance kicked in.
Yeah.
And I had a pregnant wife, and my daughter decided to come a little bit early, not too bad or anything, but it was 3 days before my fucking Beechcraft insurance came in. Oh, I wish I had bought the Cobra.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not cheap, that's for sure. It's $500-600 a month. That last time I paid it was like $500 a month or something. But it's probably better to have it, especially if something bad comes along.
Well, paying for childbirth out of pocket was it was a little fucking rough.
Yeah, but it wasn't as rough as that poor woman went through all that for you, you bastard. Let's see here. Okay. Okay.
According to my second wife, having a kidney stone, because she had a kidney stone and a child, was worse than having a child.
Oh, yeah.
As
I
far
would
as
imagine, yeah.
pain levels go.
Okay.
So now that you know that, will you look at Mouth Agape Ape in the same way?
It's like he's having a baby, or worse. Yeah. Let's see. Manager, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll do that later.
You do that later.
Yeah. Well, I've got 2 computers in front of me, and I only have one mouse. So, oh my God. I'll just relax and enjoy the coffee.
Good.
Because I probably won't I won't have another day off until Labor Day, I suppose.
Yeah, you certainly need to, when you get to your new job, not fucking around.
That's right.
At least for 90 days.
Yeah, at least for the training period. Then after that, you can fuck off. It doesn't matter. Yeah, the first week is usually pretty much, get all your shit set up, and it's probably 2-3 days of that. Then there's fucking orientation, training, and shit, all that. So first week's kind of a bust anyway. But you got to do it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and with respect to the Cobra as well. I don't know if you have the high deductible insurance. I don't know what you have, but high deductible insurance, you have to be covered every month during the year. And so if you didn't do the Cobra and drop your insurance, your high deductible, you'd have to wait another year before you can get it back. So it's one of those fucking government things.
Yay, Obamacare.
Well, I think this was even before Obamacare.
Okay.
They started introducing the high deductible stuff in 2007, maybe 2008, where you know what it is, right? You can you can go for the high deductible and then save up to your deductible into a health savings account. And the health savings account goes with you forever. It's not like the previous ones. You may have had the yearly savings thing that you have to spend every year, which the cafeteria plan, I guess they called it, or something. So, oh, you're going west, so you're in Louisiana.
No, not yet. And I'm not going into it either.
Oh, you're going to go around it. So you're in Mississippi now, or?
No, I'm in Arkansas.
Arkansas.
I'm taking a long way around Texarkana.
Gotcha. Yeah. RO says God sentenced women to painful childbirth because they're disobedient. Yeah, well. And and the men were destined to toil our entire lives, right? And that's kind of what happens. So. All right, let's see here.
That's right out of Genesis.
Yes, sir. That's right. Folders.
And plug your delicate ears. I'm about ready to scream.
Okay, scream.
No, just wait. We have to get to the right spot.
Why are you screaming?
You'll hear in just a second.
Okay.
Welcome to Texas, motherfuckers. Now you know why I was screaming.
Yeah, I generally, when I'm doing my state line videos, Brandon, all I do is beep the horn.
Yep.
I don't scream or anything.
Yep.
But you be you, Mister. You be you.
It's kind of a tradition, actually.
It is. And I must have hit a button on my headphones because now you're weak and pathetic.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Weak and pathetic.
All right, Texas.
Texas.
Drive friendly, the Texas way.
Texas has a whorehouse in it. God have mercy on our souls.
The best little whorehouse in Texas.
Yeah.
Dolly Parton,
You know.
who wrote the I'll Always Love You, and then Whitney Houston re-recorded it, and I had to play it 17,000 times.
Yep.
And I... Good song, but, you can only hear it so many times before you want to puke.
Yeah. That and the Macarena, I was able to fucking...
Oh, the macaroni, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was funny with the Macarena, how you say macaroni. I left America, they were playing it in English. We got to Japan, they were playing it in Japanese.
Yep.
Fucking everywhere I went, fucking in Singapore, it was in Chinese. In fucking India, it was in Pakistan, it was in fucking Urdu or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
In the Middle East, they had it in fucking Arabic.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the same day. They recorded that in all those languages. It was the same guys that doing it.
Yeah,
So-
could have been. Yeah.
That's pretty fucking amazing.
Well, it was.
Really?
Well, it was it was one of those moments, right, where you know, we're going to milk this cow as far as we can. And then they did.
Yeah.
And they did. It's kind of like that song, Gangnam Style. Remember that?
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was funny. That was the guy with the horse jumping around. It's like, well, he got his 15 minutes for sure.
He
But,
did.
yeah. So did the Macarena guys. But I do recall there was one Hispanic chick with the blue hair in that video. It's like, oh my God. Hello. Oh yeah. My moose knuckle got excited over that one. I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, Mambo number 9 was another one. Yeah. Earworms, I guess you could call it. It's kind of like Milli Vanilli. What was that? Before.
Blame it on the rain.
Is that what it was? Or they had more of a hip hop song? What the hell was it called?
Yeah.
Milli Vanilli. Something.
Yeah.
And then Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
Nice baby. Do, 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 do. Adrian Blantz said last time I checked, Cobra's around $700 a month. Yeah.
Whew.
It's not cheap. It ain't cheap, for sure.
And then I discovered that
Yes.
I don't have to buy insurance.
Ah.
I can get covered fucking the VA. I just discovered that this year.
Oh, the VA takes care of that?
Yeah. I get fucking I have a $5 copay on all of my prescription drugs, doesn't matter what. And
Awesome.
if I go to a VA hospital, or if I'm outside of a service range, and I can get fucking all of my shit covered by the VA.
Cool.
Just because of when I served and where I served.
You were serving during a time of war, I guess. You get all that paid for?
Yeah, they passed a fucking law about that. So yeah.
Awesome. You deserve it. You put your life on the line for the country. So, absolutely. 100%.
But they don't fucking tell you. You have to talk to other veterans like Grinch. You know, he's like, hey, you know, you don't have to pay anything. Why are you paying insurance? I'm like, I don't know, 'cause I'm stupid.
They don't tell you that you're covered?
No,
Really?
They don't fucking tell you. You have to find all this shit out on your own.
Jeez. Sounds like the government to me. Yeah. Right.
You might be onto something there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think all veterans who serve during wartime, it should be a golden ticket. Whatever you need, you get. None of this bullshit. All the, you know, because I remember when my grandfather, they were trying to get for, you know, I mean, he was World War II.
Yeah.
And they were nickel and dime. Well, but the thing, it's like, for fuck's sake, come on. You know, that was in the 70s. The VA was really fucked up. They had Vietnam going on at the same time and all that stuff going on. But I mean, World War II, come on, people. You know, these guys were in the shit. Give them what they want. Give them a friggin' card. It's done. But no. So hopefully it's improved over the years. But it seems like I recall some of the Vietnam guys got really fucked, right? Because, oh, well, that PTSD shit, that's not covered. What? What are you talking about? They're always trying to screw you out of something. It's amazing. For men and women who put their lives on the line. I mean, come on, people.
And let's face it, mostly men.
Mostly men, but yeah. Well, as of late, you know, more women, but yeah, sure.
They're not even worth mentioning. They are such a small percentage of service members.
You're right. You're right.
You know, they did it. Good power on them, but to be equally mentioned for fucking 3% of the armed services? I'm sorry, no.
Well, I mean, certainly, I'm pretty sure Vietnam was on 99.99% men.
Yeah.
Very few women involved, for sure.
That's true.
World War II, there was probably more women because I know there was the whacks and the waves and all that stuff. But they weren't in the combat zones. But I mean, there were women who were flying the bombers and shit out the Iceland and all that. So I mean, they did their work. Yeah.
The ones who really were taking the casualties were the nurses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean the nurses in Vietnam as well. They were, you know, some of them didn't survive. So they were there in the shit. You know?
And a lot of them got PTSD by seeing how fucked up the guys were.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
So, you know, those ladies, they get my respect.
Oh yeah. Well, regardless, you know, if you serve in the war zone, you should here's your golden ticket, whatever you need. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
What's it going to cost the government? We spend more on office paper in Washington, D.C. in a year than it would cost to handle that. I mean, it's just sickening. You know, I don't want to hear it. Oh, it's going to cost $20 million, $20 billion. So what? It's a fucking rounding error. You know? They probably spend $1 billion a year on pencils. You know, it's just crazy. And in some of the defense programs, let's be honest, $1 billion is probably what they spend on free donuts every Friday. That's just insane.
Yeah.
Mr. Hemmy's in the back.
Well, I will let him in.
He can't wait to get in.
Chihuahua.
Mr. Hemmy's in the back, don't you know?
Wake and bake, Mr. Hemmy.
Wake and bake.
I wish upon you slant 6 225s for the rest of your life. Just for
life's good. I'll be right on the edge of the border today, guys.
Uh-oh.
It won't be.
Don't go too close.
Yeah, there won't be nothing stopping me from just popping over.
And RO, hop on. We've got 3 people. We can play the game.
We could play the
game.
I've been looking forward to playing the game all day. All day.
That's the day just started.
I've been dreaming about it. Last night I was dreaming.
Have you moved yet?
Nope. Next couple of weeks, though. Yeah.
Okay. Have you packed yet?
No, I got to start throwing shit away first before I pack. I got a lot of garbage I got to toss. Yeah.
I gotta say the real question everybody knows: have you gone through the beer can?
Yeah, the beer cans are gone. The beer cans are gone.
Good.
Yeah.
You're making progress. Good.
I am making progress. Yeah, I had a few of them in here, but they're gone now. So.
The fruit fly hostel.
Yeah, that's right.
Nice.
So, yeah. And then I got to do some other shit, and then blah blah blah. So, yeah, I got everything set up. I just gotta, got to set up the move time because I have to be here and there, right? So,
how do you do that?
Well, you pack here, and then you pack here, and then you drive over there, and then you unpack. I guess.
Where is Brandon today?
Texas.
I just left Texarkana, and now I'm heading southwest. I'm going down to Palestine.
Palestine, Texas. By golly, by gum. Oh.
From the river to the sea.
Mm.
I have crossed the Red River, but I will not be going to the Gulf of America.
The Red River of the South. the Red River of the North flows up into Winnipeg. So
Red River of the North comes every month.
Ho!
ooh. Jeez. Catching any bloody fish, eh? Yeah, once a month, eh?
Bloody- yeah. Black catfish.
There you go. God. Let's see here. So, yeah, so I got all that shit set up. It's just a matter of clearing out the beer cans, and moving,
Yeah.
and driving that big 12-hour trip over to across Kansas. That'll be exciting. Might have to do it twice. Haven't decided yet.
You got a lot of stuff to move.
Nah.
I
Not really.
thought you lived rather Spartan-like. So
I do, yes.
Right.
I have more dead TVs in my house than really anything else. I got 2 of them that are got to go to the recycle bin.
leave them for the new tenant.
Oh no, no, you don't want to fuck with these people. They'll charge me more money, bastards.
Oh,
Yeah. So, got to figure out how I can get some cleaning people in here to clean everything up. So, or maybe I'll work on it a little bit. I don't know.
topless maid service.
There you go. That's
yeah.
it. So, yeah, it's just
Does
a
the
matter of
company
getting her
Pay for
done.
the maid service?
No,
Does the company give you no?
nope.
Too bad.
Well, they pay for a lot of other shit, so I'm not complaining. So, yeah. So I got a place and all that. So
You have a place already. Oh, you're
Yeah.
all set. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have the
Got-
view of the Rocky Mountains?
well, not really, but I mean,
No.
it's they're never too far away. You just go out on a trail and you can see them all day.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, it's pretty out there. You know, you get a little bit closer to the mountains. It's pretty cool. But apparently, from one point in this little town, you can see Pikes Peak, which is like 150 miles away or something. It's pretty crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. So, and then you got.
It's almost like it's really tall or something.
It is. You would think so. Yeah. It's well, it's flat Earth, so of course you can see it. Why? Come on. I think it's like 70, maybe 75 miles, 80. I'm not sure. But yeah, you can see it, and you can. There's a lot of shit up here. That's pretty cool. Long's Peak, but you got to get north. You could probably see that from Denver. But there's Long's Peak, and then there's a bunch of big mountains. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Do you ski, Hamster?
Well, I might have to take it up because that's what everybody does apparently in Colorado. So,
Yes.
so.
I bet you could toboggan.
Yeah. Well,
Tobogganing.
that's probably easier because I'm fat. So we'll see. Maybe ride a snowmobile. I could probably drive one of
Maybe inner
those.
tubing.
There you go. So, yeah. So, it should be fun. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, you just have to live in the right counties in that state, or else you get some really weird fucking shit. Like you live up in Boulder County, they're fucked up, right? The old hippies have all died, and the new generation of hippies is a bunch of communists. So
Right.
Yeah, no.
That's what hippies raise is communist.
Yep.
Who let
All right.
Wheezy in?
Happy Swede's back. Hello, Moose Knuckle. What's up?
No.
Moose
Hello.
Knuckle.
What do you work with, Hamster? I've never really figured that out.
I am an electrical engineer.
Oh, I said,
Fancy.
Hamster designs dildos for a living. So
He did a tip in the red paint.
he's a product tester.
That's it. I'm a beer tester. I
Hey, if
drink
you've
as
never
much beer
wondered-
as possible. Yeah, engineering during the week, and then I play with myself on the weekends. So it's good.
Do you move
Everything
around a
works.
lot?
No, hopefully no.
Swede, did you know that Hamster actually literally does play with his organ online?
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to pack my organ up though, Brandon. But I'll move it. I'll be faithful to my organ. So I mean, there you go, Mr. Hemi. I've got 2 organs, three guitar amplifiers, bunch of microphones and shit. So that's about all.
It's almost as though you're in a
You
band.
got your guitar,
I got
you got
yeah,
your bass.
that's true. I got an acoustic guitar, got an electric guitar, got a bass. Yeah, as for the furniture, there's like a couple tables, some chairs, a bed. That's it. The Spartan life, as you say, Mr. Hemi.
Where are you moving? I missed that. Sorry.
It's simpler that way.
Denver, Denver, Colorado.
Yeah. Okay.
Land of, big sky country with free weed. Government mandated marijuana. So.
And you can ski there? You have
Oh,
ski
yeah.
shorts and everything? Ooh,
Oh yeah. Oh
that's
yeah.
fun. Looks like my kind of place.
Yeah.
Hey,
Rocky Mountain High.
apparently, RO is not going to join, but Swede did. Swede, would you like to play the game?
Yeah. I'm gonna take a customer's
right.
car on a
That's why
ride,
he's
so
here.
I might disappear.
Okay. Well, it's not queer, it's not gay, but Swede is. What the fuck am I hauling today? It's not gay, it's not queer. You guys gonna guess what's in my rear?
Woo! Yes.
All right. We'll go with Hamster, Hemi, then Swede.
Okay.
No questions at first. Unless
Okay.
you're asking a yes or no question for the game. Because I know how you operate, mister.
You're right. I do. I'm kind of a scumbag, really. I could sell real estate. Okay. So we're going to Texas. We're going to Palestine, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon, is what you are carrying in your rear end, is it humanly edible?
No.
Brandon, you're hauling barbed wire.
No, I am not.
Damn it. It's that close.
All right. Hemi, you are up, sir. Oh, Hemi.
Mr. Hemi. He's probably twisting one on. He's twisting a fatty right now. So.
No, he's fapping.
That's probably true, yeah. He heard about my organ. Oh my God.
Well, that gets me excited.
Ooh. Oh, Hemi dropped out.
Okay. Well, Hemi was going to ask, are they made of latex? And the answer would have been no, and then he would have guessed that they were Tupperware.
That seems reasonable, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Swede, you're up.
Is it building materials?
No, it's not building materials.
You're holding pink overalls, maybe.
No, not pink overalls. If I was, I'd be certainly getting those myself. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for a hint.
Okay.
Happy Swede sees these on a daily basis, and we do not.
I see.
No, you don't.
And happy Swedes in Sweden, I guess.
Oh, here's Mr. Hemi.
Hmm.
So, okay, so Hamster, it's your turn.
Connection issue.
Connection issue. So I assume the happy Swede is in Sweden. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's see. It's not edible. It's not latex. It's not building materials.
It's
Mr. Swede sees it every day, and we don't. Brandon, is it something to do with an automobile?
no.
Brandon, are you hauling a load of Swedish meatballs?
No, I am not. All right, Hemi, you are up.
Is it fit for human insertion?
Insertion? No, it is not.
Okay. You're hauling. You're hauling expired cat food.
No, I am not. And I don't know if you heard the hint, but the hint
No, I missed it.
Happy Swede sees these every day, and we do not.
Testicles. You're hauling testicles.
No, I'm sorry. That answer is incorrect. Okay, now it's Happy
Is it made
Swede's
out of
turn.
glass?
No.
You're hauling spruce trees.
That's a great guess, but completely wrong.
Well,
All right. Back to you, Dr. Ginger Hamster.
Okay, so it's not spruce trees, it's not latex, not car parts, and it's not edible. It's not building materials, but it's available all over the place in Sweden, and we don't see that here.
You have rephrased it incorrectly, sir.
Oh. Would you like to rephrase it in the correct way?
Happy Swede sees it, but we don't, was the hint.
Ah.
You reworded it in your own way, which was not correct.
Okay, Happy Swede sees it, but we don't.
Yep.
Okay. Is it something that has rainbow coloration on it?
Some of them do, but I don't know about these ones.
You are hauling a a semi-load full of Swedish flags.
No, I am not. Sorry.
Ah, damn.
All right, Hemi, you're up. Well, Hemi would say, "Can I get one when I take a cruise on the crusty blowhole?" And the answer to that, Hemi, is no. Sorry. Nope. No party favors from the crusty blowhole for you, sir. All right. Happy Swede, you're up.
Is it electrical parts?
No.
You're hauling automotive glass.
No, nothing. No. Time for another hint.
Oh, goody.
Oh, good.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, you're back, Hemi. Would you like to go before I
Fucking
give the hint?
trailer. Asshole.
No, I'm still without any guess. So,
Okay.
um,
Here's the hint, the new hint then, and then it'll be Hamster's turn again. We all have seen them on a daily basis, but we no longer do, except for Happy Swede. We've all had to put up with them and see them
children,
and smell them.
children. You're hauling children.
No, I am not hauling children, and it's not your turn. Hamster, you are up. I have done Wayfair. I have hauled loads for Wayfair before, but this is not one of those loads.
All right. Well, I think I can speak for the gang here. Your clues suck today.
Here.
Well,
So we've all seen them, but we don't see them anymore.
Our toes.
and I'm not talking about penises either.
Oh my God.
That was my next guess.
All right. So Brandon, I think it's too early to think carefully about this. So Brandon, is it something that you can go and buy, say, at the store?
Yes.
Okay. Shit.
In fact,
Your
my
holiday-
destination is a Walmart distribution center. In fact.
Aha. I see. You are hauling a truckload of reading glasses.
No, I am not. See, I know
Damn it.
you see those every day.
And the scratches on my glasses too. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Hemi, you are up, sir.
Is your load made from fabric?
Yes.
You're hauling children's clothes.
No, I am not.
Oh, God.
Is your load located at the
Alright.
children's section at this Walmart?
Yes.
You're hauling kids' toys.
No, I am not. All right. Back to you, Hamster.
Okay, it's made out of cloth and it's something we have seen but we don't see anymore. Brandon, are you hauling a truckload of women's underwear?
We definitely don't see that anymore.
That's true. Brandon's not going to tell us now. He's going to just let it.
He's frozen, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, Hamster.
I think he said no. Damn it.
He said no. No.
This one's kind of a tough one.
This is also sold in the children's section of Walmart. You underwear.
Okay, Mr. Hemi. Sold in the children's section at Walmart.
Can you hear me?
Kind of. You're kind of breaking up a
Yeah.
little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got you.
Yes. Yeah,
Can
you're
you
coming.
guys hear me?
Yes, you're coming through again.
Fuck it.
I think
Yes.
his camera's trying to catch up here.
No.
Those people in Texas, that Governor Abbott, he doesn't want to pay for 5G, that bastard from hell. He's too busy putting people at the Everglades, whatever, in Florida. The Alligator Alley or whatever it is. Yeah.
Since it's Pride Month, I think you're hauling tuck-friendly swimwear.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Brandon just dropped out because he's a bitch. I guess he was having trouble with his phone.
Bad boy, hamster.
Hey, I'm not a bad boy. I didn't do anything.
You're a bad man.
I am a bad hamster, yes. Notice my avatar there, Swede. I got 5 arms. So that's what you got to have right there. 4 arms to hold on to the sled, and 1 arm with a bottle of Guinness in it. So that's it. So what do we know, guys? Let's strategize.
We know it's fabric. We know it's in the kids section.
Kids section. And it's something we've all seen, but we don't see anymore.
Oh, no. Go, Mr. Park.
We know Swede sees it all the time.
So, Swede, what about you is different than us? You got married with kids, or
yeah?
You have children, Swede?
A lot of them.
A lot of them? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And little ones too.
So what the heck would it be in the children's section made out of fabric that kids wear? I don't know. Yeah. T-shirts, pants,
pajamas.
Yeah. Garanimals or whatever. Underwear that's fun to wear. Yeah.
You're probably hauling diapers.
That could be. Cloth diapers. Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah. Bibs, possibly. Normal size baseball caps. Yeah.
I like the secondhand toilet seats.
Secondhand toilet seats. Yeah. They come pre-fudged for your pleasure. They're already dirty when you get them. It's perfect.
Already breaking it.
Mm-hmm. That was the weird part about when I was at the old man's house, the guest bathroom. The toilet seat, it made your cheeks smush together. So when you're doing your business, it gets all worse. It's like, what? Shouldn't it spread it apart so you can dump your load and get done with it? No. It's terrible. Well, I'm just a human who shits a lot. So I pay attention to these things.
I'm not so much for the scat shit, so no.
No, this is just the regular. Yeah. There's Brandon. You're back.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
In the brown.
For some reason, my microphone just cut out. I can hear you guys fine, but you couldn't hear me. Anyways, the answer to your question, hamster, is no.
Okay.
So, Mr. Hemi.
So it's found in children's department. You're hauling. I'm going to say what I said when you were away. You're hauling tuck-friendly swimwear for summertime.
Brandon's not having any luck today. Oh my God.
Nah.
Nope.
Brandon needs to get one of them damn CB antennas on his truck.
Yes, but no. Oh, I'm going to.
Ding, 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 ding. Hemi, you win.
Not.
Yeah. Brandon must be in a really shitty part of the world there.
In the hollers. Well, he was headed to Palestine.
There you go.
All right. Happy Swede, you're up.
Are the disposables?
Wait, was I right? Was I right?
I don't know. I don't think so. We're not hauling tuckable swimwear, so no.
Okay.
So
all right.
In
You did hear
answer
it.
in answer to Happy Swede's question, yes, they are disposable.
Wet wipes?
No, I'm sorry. I'm not hauling wet wipes.
He's avoiding the win. Fucking, he threw that like the Chicago White Sox through the fucking World Series, man.
All right. Hamster, you're up.
Well, let's see. They're disposable.
I'm
Well,
sure- oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, before you dispose of these items, would you say, yes, they are really messy, or no, they are not?
Yes.
Brandon, you're hauling a trailer full of diapers.
I knew I could depend on you.
Oh!
I've been waiting for that joke for fucking 30 minutes. Okay.
Oh, there you
yes.
go.
Good job, Hamster.
I knew it
Ding,
was
ding,
fishy.
ding, 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 ding. It's not gay. It's not queer. Moose knuckle through this so you can drink some beer. It's not
Yay.
queer. It's not gay. Hamster knew I was hauling diapers today.
There you go.
Brandon's got loves in his rear.
Actually, I've got Huggies, but yeah.
Huggies.
Huggy. What's a Huggy?
A Huggy
It's
is a
a-
brand of diaper.
Diaper.
Yeah.
Like
But I mean,
Pampers.
Brandon, hey, you misled us though, you bastard. You said it was made out of cloth.
Well, they
Disposable
are.
diapers are no, they're not.
Plastic.
Are they, or are they not fibrous?
They're not cloth.
Well, there's cotton probably stuff in there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but not unprocessed cotton. So
Yeah, but I guess he's the guy running the show, so I guess he can give us misleading clues because he's a bastard.
no, it's fun.
That was fun. It's a good time.
I have no idea actually. I had no clue.
Well, you were pretty damn close with the wet wipes.
Well,
I
I
thought
was
for
more
sure
thinking
you
what
knew
comes
it when you.
after.
I thought for sure you knew it when you said, "Are they disposable?"
Maybe I did.
He did.
You see, I was thinking diapers, but then you said it was made out of cloth. You bastard.
Well, you got Google. Let's look
I
at diaper construction.
Okay.
But they're all plastic.
Well, just because they're plastic doesn't mean that they're not fiber, that they're not cloth.
Okay, it says Huggies diapers are constructed with multiple layers designed to absorb and lock away moisture, keeping baby skin dry. Key components include a body side liner, an acquisition and distribution layer, and an absorbent core containing wood cellulose fibers and sodium polycrylate. It also features like leg cuffs, grips. I don't know, man. Looks like it's got wood
Primarily-
shavings in there.
Yeah. Primarily made of cellulose, polypropylene, polyethylene, and super absorbent polymer. there's no fucking fabric in that.
Well, I've had, if you look at it like a chemical list, what's nylon? What's Dacron? What's Velcro?
Oh,
Well, okay.
Yeah, okay.
says here that the Huggies have a blowout blocker on them. features a blowout blocker.
blocker.
I bet you.
That's
I
what you
bet you I
need.
could've-
You need a fucking blow-up blocker.
I'm sure that Hamster and I, as little babies, needed a blowout blocker.
Oh yeah. Oh God, yes. Oh, here's something written in French. Look at this. It's French. Les couches Huggies sont fabriques sans ingredients
See, they say
irritants.
They say it's fabric.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're French, so that doesn't count. And
what we missed is natural fabric versus synthetic fabric.
sure, okay.
Is what we're splitting hairs along here.
It says, and offrent Yusqua 12 years
Oh,
the
shit.
protection contre les futes.
I just killed the
Against-
cardinal.
Oh no.
Oh no. Are you an Oriole fan, are you?
Bad man. The cardinal killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hit my mirror, and, well, he didn't survive.
That's the state. That's the bird of St. Louis.
That's right. The Cardinals, yeah. Yeah. I have their relatives right out here in the backyard, Brandon. They're all crying already. God, you're an evil man, you. How could you? Let's see now. If we translate this Frenchy bit, what does it say?
Well, Hemi could tell you he's a frog speaker.
Well, yeah, but I'm not pronouncing it right.
Yeah, he's French. Okay. Oh.
I'm not French.
Translate. Let's see here. Doesn't.
You can,
Oh,
that's
come
separate.
on now.
Well, my wife is calling.
Translator.
Bye-bye.
All right, see you.
Bye.
All right, bye, Speed. Hugs and
So it
kisses.
says Huggies diapers are made without irritating ingredients and provide up to 12 hours of leak protection. In French.
Although you'd be a
The
really
Cooches.
fucking shitty parent if you let your kid sit in a diaper.
Yeah, no shit, eh?
Jeez.
Can I hold his shifter and piss for 12 hours? Perfect. That's what I need. Wow.
I mean, 12 hours in a shit-filled diaper, you'd have the baby rashes or whatever would be terrible.
Yeah.
Those are special for the single moms in the hood. Because they too busy with that other stuff, you know. Oh my God. Well, that's very pretty that you see there. That part of Texas is actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
Lots of trees.
Eastern Texas is gorgeous. Northeastern. Southeastern, it's a swamp. But northeastern, it's cool.
Northeastern's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, it's and it's I'm sure it's fucking hot too.
73 degrees this morning.
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, the humidity is 110% though, but that's good.
Oh God, yes.
Let's see here. What do we got in St. Louis? Blah, blah, blah. 72. Humidity is 92%.
Wow.
Yeah. Denver. Let's see here. Denver, 80 degrees. And humidity is 23%. So it's a dry heat. Actually, they've been having some really hot weather there lately, so abnormally hot.
It says we have 98% humidity today.
Jeez.
It's moist.
It is moist, moist, moist. Actually, you could do that all day because Outlaw, he didn't get out of bed till 11, 12 o'clock. So he will not be with the call of the moist.
No.
He's sleeping.
Moist, 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 moist,
Moist,
moist,
moist, moist,
moist,
moist.
moist, moist, moist,
Moist,
moist, moist, moist.
All right. So I'm
Now,
trying to get. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
If you were looking at some property, and the real estate agent is trying to talk you out of buying it. What would your first thoughts be on that?
It's a little different. Is this agent a close relation to you, like a friend, giving
No.
you fucking
No.
sound advice or something, or no?
No.
Okay.
This
Okay.
woman happens to be local to where I'm looking at the property. As I was like, hey, I need a buyer's agent.
She already has a buyer for it, maybe.
My thoughts are that she wants to buy it or somebody else wants to buy it that she knows. But
Yeah.
Or she wants to upsell you to something different. That could be too.
That's true too.
Oh, you don't want to go there. No, that's bad. Here, buy this one. It's even more expensive. Real estate people, all scumbags.
Yeah, like used car salesman.
Yeah.
Used house salesman.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you there, but I mean, if you want it, buy it. Who cares what she says?
What was their reasoning?
Well, it's really remote, which is actually what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And the road in and out is difficult, which I kind of knew it would be. Which is, one of the reasons I,
Another selling point, really. Yeah.
yeah, it's hard to get to, so that's cool. The one thing I didn't know is that the actual state highway, before you get to the lumber road, the logging road that goes to the property, the actual state highway doesn't get plowed in the wintertime.
Mm.
Okay.
So it's
You'd be holed up in the winter, maybe.
Yeah, and here's something that goes along with that. In wintertime, you have a different tax rate.
Really?
So yeah. So the property taxes on this 40 acres wind up being about $280 because of that winter-summer differential.
Because they don't take care of the road, maybe, huh?
Yeah, something.
Yeah. Say, hey, I'll pay the extra $200. Could you plow the fucking road? Assholes.
What state is it in? Is winters really that bad there?
Michigan. It's in the upper peninsula of Michigan.
So winters are a factor.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So, absolutely gorgeous property. 40 acres. At prices you couldn't even think about in places where you have paved or plowed roads. And Hamster knows that I've been looking for land.
What's your savings? Buy a snowplow truck and take care of the road yourself. And get a used Department of Transport plow truck for probably like 15 grand.
I was just thinking about getting a snowmobile, actually.
Oh, okay.
That would work too. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. How far is it to your nearest, like, town or wherever you may need to go for life saving?
About 20 miles.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that on a snow machine. No problem.
Just get a little trailer, you put your groceries and shit on it, and
little pop sled and nice sled. Whoop, whoop.
That's doable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may just be she's not used to seeing people that really want to bug out type thing, you know?
I would think that that's about all that lives up there. You know, it might be that, you know, they don't want any fucking outsiders in there either.
Mm. Good point. Well, then they shouldn't be putting any property up for sale. They
No,
should
they
be buying
certainly
it all
shouldn't.
up themselves.
Yeah, they shouldn't be fucking listing it on the internet.
Yeah, those bastards. That's right.
Well, it's
How dare they?
Open to the world now.
yeah. If they don't want outsiders to know about it. But I thought it sounded a little fishy. And I'm thinking about switching real estate agents. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if she's unwilling to help you out, you know, what are you going to do? Then again, you know, as scummy as these people are, maybe she's bringing up some good points. You know, who knows? Because most of the time they would just say, fuck it. I'll take the commission. I don't care. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So
you
Yeah.
buy whatever you want, buddy.
It's got a fucking river running through it.
A river runs through it.
That's right. And it's got fly fishing, so it even actually fits the fucking movie.
wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, come on. You didn't like that movie? How dare you? How dare you? It was Brad Pitt. Come on.
I thought the scenery was gorgeous.
Yeah, Montana. Yeah. Montana's nice, but most people don't have, you know, mansions and shit on the river. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Well, Legends of the Fall was the one that was like a little different. Same basic idea. They did like 2 movies that were almost like the same. Julia Ormond was, yeah. She's aight. She's aight. Mm-mm.
Yeah, that chick in A River Runs Through It was pretty damn hot.
Jeez, I don't even remember. I was too busy looking at Brad Pitt myself, but let's see who the hell was the chick.
Tom Laundry says sometimes in Prawn, the real estate agent fucks the buyer. Is it your real estate agent like that, Brandon?
That is something I don't know, since I'm going to buy it sight unseen, and I'm not planning on getting out there this year. I'm planning on hitting it in the spring. Hitting it in the spring next year. That's my plan. You know, because I got a bunch of shit to gather up and prepare. It's not, you know, what I'm thinking about doing is not something you just jump into without being prepared.
So the one memorable chick in this movie, Emily Lloyd, is that who you're talking about?
I have no idea what her name is. So
pick out
the hottest one, and that's her.
That's probably her, Yeah, I don't remember. Well, again, it's been many years. I haven't seen it for a while.
Yeah. And there's supposed to be a flag man up ahead, and I'm not seeing him. I see guys working on the side of the road, but no flag men. I see Tom Landry is writing something about an eggplant, so I'm certain that it's really nice.
Eggplants freeze right off at -40.
That they do.
It's Michigan, bitch, says Dusty Rugburn. Everything is everything. I'm moving here because it's away from shitheads. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Well, I
Barrow
think everybody wants to get away from shitheads.
It's getting harder and harder to figure out how to do that. Obviously, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
As me and my sister were talking about, it's like, is everybody fucking stupid these days? It's like, God Almighty. It's like, what the fuck? Sure seems like it.
Well, that's one of the reasons to get some property is, at least you can be right in the middle of it, and they have that far to fucking go to get to you.
Yeah, that's true.
The answer, hamster, is yes.
Yes.
Idiocracy was a documentary, not a movie.
Yeah. Seems that way. Well, I mean, you've been seeing these, these people way overreacting at the airport. It's like, what are you doing?
Or these idiots out here driving.
Yeah. Come on.
There was a multiple car pileup yesterday because somebody was too fucking timid to be on the highway.
Mm-hmm. Why would they be asking me this?
Probably because they want to have sex with you.
Oh, wow.
Statements, yeah. I don't understand. I mean, here's the thing from my bank.
Yeah, I don't understand why anyone would want to have sex with you either.
No, that's true. But it's like, you'll no longer receive paper statements for this account. I haven't had paper statements for years. The fuck are they talking about?
They've been going somewhere.
I guess so. Yeah. Jeez. Good God. I set everything to automate or email. I don't fucking want paper.
They've been mailing them to the first apartment that you lived at when you started. I
guess
that
so.
account.
Yeah. Jeez.
Someone's been keeping an eye on your spending all this time.
I guess so. Yeah. Let's see. Did I activate this thing? What in the world? Okay. Then my fucking email. Well, that doesn't even look like my account number. What the hell are they talking about?
You're being spooked.
What the hell? I might have to call these people. It's like, what are you talking about? Jeez. Did I not activate this thing? God almighty. Shit. I guess I didn't. Well, I better do that. I don't know what's going on. Well, I guess I better go take care of that. All right, boys.
Bye.
I'll see you later. Have a good day.
Have a great day.
You bet. See ya.
I'm going to need a rotor tiller, so I'm planning on first thing putting in a fucking garden.
Be in Michigan, build a greenhouse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But for the first year, not gonna happen. What I'm actually planning on doing in my move out there is getting everything I need gathered up and put into a storage container, and then converting that storage container itself into a temporary fucking living space while I build the cabin, and then afterwards using it as a shed, to put my shit in.
Oh, getting loaded. Finally, everybody's up in the boat.
At the boot.
The boot. Okay, where the fuck did I put down my phone?
I don't know, but it's got to be close because your headphone or your earbuds are still working.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you see my phone? It's around here somewhere. I'm connected to it still.
Well, if you haven't found it hell, just have your kid call you.
Yeah. What are you guys sitting on it? Like, what are you? You sure? Okay. In the back? That's hilarious. Oh, it's on the roof of the car. Fuck. There it is.
Jesus. Good thing you didn't drive off.
I wanted to be gone on the road. Oh well. We're off for a 3-hour tour like Gilligan.
Yeah.
It's on the roof.
Good morning, Grinch.
All right, time to hit the road. I may disconnect, but I'll be back.
All right. Hello, Kevin. Hello, Char. Mr. Barrow? Nice turn signal, asshole. Well, gentlemen, I have 20 minutes left on my clock and 33 miles to go, so I've got it. And this is the end of the shoulder to pull over on. I'm not finding anywhere to fucking stop on my map. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to look at my map again. We're pretty much stuck on the side of the road for another 30 minutes. That's right, Sammy. We ain't going nowhere. Hello, my MGTOW brothers. Hey, I'm doing a 30-minute reset on the side of the road because I got 18 minutes left and I couldn't find any place in the last. I should have stopped at the very fucking edge of Tyler where it crossed I-20 and done my reset there, but I thought, hey, I can make it through. I've got time. Well, I was wrong. So, oh, Sam, you want some more cheese? Oh, yes. That cheese is fucking good. Sharp fucking white cheddar. Good shit. Anyways, I'm going to go back to fucking off. If anybody wants to talk, link's pinned. Video will come back in just a bit. I'm going to make a phone call. right, brothers. We have done our 30 minutes on the side of the road. Wait for these cars to get past. Then we shall go. Of course, right as I'm wanting to pull out, there's all kinds of cars coming.
Hey, how you doing today? It's the True Blood. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. And how are you today, sir?
Doing all right. So far, so good. Just trying to on my way back home. I got about an hour and 3 minutes left.
All right.
Well, 3 hours and 3 minutes. Oh, what the flying hell? Goddamn, why the hell? Dumb shit. Goddamn bullshit. Oh, yeah. Just walk outside the goddamn traffic cones. Just to fuck my day up. Goddamn it. Yeah. Just walk on the goddamn. You got the traffic cones. Yeah. Or a fucking Jersey barrier. Yeah. Just do that. Walk outside the goddamn. You can live. You can't. It's not like you can't step over the goddamn Jersey barriers. You know they're about your fucking knee height, motherfuckers. God damn. I've been dealing with Jack Russell fuckery all fucking day. You know. I've been dealing with Jack. This. I should have known. I should have fucking known this left my fucking cell phone in the car, and had to call to have a family member turn back and give it to me. I should have known how this day was going to fucking go. God damn, this is some bullshit. I've been dealing with bullshit all day.
Yeah.
Randy, it's a full moon. It's got to be the full moon. Because I'm like, what the fuck? Got people goddamn cut me off, and it's like, goddamn, what sperm toilet shit pissed you out or flushed you out? You know?
I saw a bunch of that yesterday, so I'm pretty sure it's the full moon we had last night.
All I know is the fact that I've got this nasty fucking headache. I've had a cup of coffee and 3 fucking energy drinks just to deal with this bullshit.
That's gonna kill your liver, man. Don't do that.
I got water. I've been drinking water. It's like I typically
Those energy
don't
drinks are hard on your liver.
Yeah, I know. Hard on my kidneys too. But God damn, these motherfuckers! I literally speed the construction speed limit. I hate construction zones, especially during the fucking full moon. But I literally trying to get over people up on my goddamn left side, goddamn fucking pulling out, and they goddamn fucking can't fucking find their accelerator. Accelerate your life and your car. Thank you very much. Damn it, the accelerator is on the fucking right. And if you can't drive a fucking manual, still learn how to drive the manual or get a fucking automatic. You know?
I've been there, done that.
And then, like I said, it was so bad. These people's driving was so fucking bad that it tripped my fucking camera. And if the fucking dispatcher looked, they would look at me and see that I'm about turning the air blue. And if it had sound, it's a comedy show, right? That's for damn sure. Because I'm telling people their daddy should have swallowed them. And I'm telling them, said, if I wanted a butt plug, I'd go to a porn shop and get one. I don't want a butt plug. Since for, I haven't been to a porn shop. So why are you up there holding shit up? You can tell I'm pissed on PG.
I can tell.
I don't usually yell, but goddamn, these motherfuckers can't drive or see this big white fucking vehicle. It takes a lot. And the stupidity is just at an all-time high. You know? Just at an all-time high today. You know? Maybe I'm the dumb one. You know? I'm self-reflecting, but then again, I see somebody else doing some dumb shit like, I'm pretty sure this dick is gonna do. He's probably gonna pass me, get right an inch off my front bumper, and just get to the next exit. And trip my goddamn fucking sensor. Like a goddamn cocksucker. Please, dear God, please do not do that. Do that to FedEx. I can at least like to dodge him. You know? Please don't do it to me. Oh, please,
Well,
shut your movie.
He's gonna do it to you, man. They all fucking do it.
Oh yes, and the lane's about to end. And he has a better plan for this. Okay, right. So it close next 2 miles. It's simple. It's be a simple assignment. Okay. Okay. So how's your day going?
Well, I got a job to take myself down to Palestine, Texas, and I deliver for Walmart, but it's a drop and hook.
Nice. Well, pretty soon Palestine won't exist anymore.
Oh, there's more. There's more. Let me tell you all about it. Fucking the drop and hook is for tomorrow from midnight until midnight. You know, 12:01 to fucking 11:59. But will fucking Walmart take me a fucking day early to drop my trailer in their fucking parking lot?
No.
No, they won't.
You're going to be sitting there for a whole fucking day.
I just pulled into the truck stop in Palestine, Texas right now. And since I can drop it anytime tomorrow, I'm going to fucking recycle my clock. I don't have another job lined up. You know, I don't have a trip. I don't have a trip planned. Why not fucking kill two birds with one stone? If they're going to fuck me like this, I might as well fucking get something out of it.
Yeah, might as well. Yeah. Oh, that is funny. I just stopped to see a hot shot pulled the fuck over.
Yep.
So basically, you're getting food fucked. No, you're getting fucked, but at least this time you got loot. Got it.
Yeah.
Hey, at least you got loot.
And
some truckers can't get drugs. Some truckers won't.
I'll be right back. I got to take my dog for a piss.
Alrighty. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for my language. I just don't like stupid people on the road. But frankly, I've been dealing with it all day. And it's been building up. And building up. Building up. Therapy? Probably. Not therapy. Am I going to talk to myself and I'm going to calm down and pray that nothing dumb happens? Like the fuck wheels in a buck fall off or some crap? Yeah, I'm going to pray that doesn't happen. I'm going to pray that the little sliver of a gang territory that I'm going to go through doesn't shoot me. Yes, I'm going to pray that I don't get shot. Yes, I'm going to pray that I don't get shot or stabbed or have to get in a fight. Or get run off the road. I'm going straight home. I do not want to deal with this full moon. I do not want to deal with the residue of the full moon. I want to go straight home. Some people should have been swallowed by their fathers. Boy. Oh, you're back already? Nope, not yet. Not yet. I hear pigeons. Hey, welcome back.
When my dog has to go, he's got to go. He don't fuck around. Yeah, right,
Yeah,
Sammy.
like I said,
You're a good road dog.
yeah. Like I said, I was the life of a trucker. With stupid, some people are smart, some people are courteous, but it's like it amplifies everything tenfold. Oh my God! Walking across the road carrying a sign. Yes, yes. By all means, instead of parking on the side of the road where the sign is, you walk across the road.
Nice.
Right? Yeah. So like this left lane. But the thing is, like, you're on the right side, and you literally. It's called ergonomics. Maybe it's because I have lean. I've been in the military, and I have Lean Six Sigma training where I go for
No, it
some
has
sort of-
nothing to do with that. You have a fucking brain.
I'm like, yeah, maybe it's like,
Let's play in traffic. Ugh.
I mean, I thought it was because I would take the safest, most intelligent route and do things one time.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you've got shoulder, right? Shoulder on the left, you got signs on both sides, right? Take the side of the most signs. Pick the signs off one side, circle back around, and pick the signs off of the other side. That would make sense. You are not paying for the fuel.
Well, who knows? Maybe the guy's got life he's got life insurance, and he fucking goes home, and every night his wife is just like, "You need to take the trash out." And then he sits down. "You need to go do this. You need to go do that. You need to go do the other thing." And he's like, "Fuck it. We're gonna play the fucking lottery."
All I know is, like, look, I do things throughout tiny little things throughout the week to make my weekend a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Easier, where I have more time to do fuck all. But,
Right.
Hey, I just want things to be done. Put clothes in the fucking bag, right?
Yeah, going into traction and having fucking reconstructive surgery is not on my fucking plans.
I mean, right. Like, so do small loads at a time, so that and just hang them up to dry. The weather's nice enough to put them on the clothesline instead of having a car turn into the dryer, making more heat into your damn house. Hey, small loads, hang them up, get them dry, air dry, fold them up, put them back to the floor, so that your load is not big and stupid. Well, and basically, hey, like I said, you get home, you're tired. Okay, if I could just do the stairs, great. Or the top landings, say great. I did the top landings. Monday, do the top landings, Tuesday, do the stairs. Wednesday, the hallway, the most traffic area. Thursday, the living room. Friday, if you're off on a weekend, Friday you just basically get the edging done. And Saturday, all you gotta do is mow the fucking grass and maybe wash the dishes, which takes less time. Or basically, hey, just do little things around the house to make the load easier for yourself. But hey, that makes sense. Hey, that's it. I don't understand, like I said. I think I got things down to a system, like, hey, and put it again, this at least for people in the house, which makes shit a lot easier. Hey, all I got to do is just get home, do a little small thing right here, and in fact, tonight, and we're going to get home, I might, I don't know, edge them on a bit, or get something done, something small done, so we can not fault. Something that takes little energy as possible.
Yep.
But does that make too much sense? Am I making too much sense?
Oh no, you're doing all right. It's just, common sense is not common, and you know that.
Yeah. It's becoming less common.
Seems like it.
Like, for instance, Drake checking a semi-truck is not smart.
But so many people do it.
Yeah. Or driving a semi-truck, holding his fucking phone in your face.
Well, I guess phone to your face is fine compared to texting.
I've seen that too. Like, you were driving a fucking semi. I looked into my left side. And I'm seeing this guy on the steering wheel with his phone to his face. And like, oh my god, I cannot believe that your parents birthed you. You know, I can't believe you survived this long and not get no accident.
Well,
what's worse is that most of them.
I got one that's worse than that. I was driving once and I saw this guy with his tablet. He had his tablet fixed mounted so that, it was technically legally mounted in his truck. But the motherfucker was watching porn. Watching porn while he's fucking driving.
If it wasn't for the fact that my phone that I stopped, logged out the StreamYards, and put my phone back on the floor, out of sight, out of mind, you'd be able to see the look on my face.
Yeah.
It was the fact that I stopped, picked my phone off the fucking floor of my truck, logged in, got into the StreamYards, and put the phone back in front of the passenger seat, you'd be able to see my face. Porn. Out of all things, to listen to, not only listen to, but watch. On your tablet, driving a semi at goddamn 70 motherfuckers per hour. Yeah. I think I'm good. Oh, beautiful. Happy day. I am 46 minutes away. Ooh, I better be real careful. I better be real damn careful. I'm gonna be extra careful. I'm gonna watch out for these fucks.
Well, I made a comment on one of these trucker videos where they film shit that's, people fucking up on the highway. And the guy was obviously fucking using his hand. He was holding his phone. And I made the comments like, shouldn't you be fucking hands-free? He's like, no, I need to text and drive or else I'll get bored. And if I get bored, I'm not paying attention to the road.
Wait, what?
Yeah. His excuse for fucking texting and driving or filming and driving or whatever was that if he got bored, he wouldn't be as good of a driver. That son of a bitch gonna kill somebody.
That's more. Emphasis on the more.
Fuck.
I've never heard such a bullshit excuse in my entire goddamn life.
Anyways, hey, I am stopped. I'm starting my 34. I've been driving since like 1:30 in this morning, and I'm gonna take a nap.
Hey, go right ahead. I've been driving since about.
Yeah, I started at fucking 3 miles over the Missouri-Arkansas border on Highway 55, and I am now in Palestine, Texas, and it's only 10:20 in the morning. So I've been fucking. I put in a full day's work already. Ha ha!
Nice. I've been hitting destruction zones.
Yep.
Yeah, well.
So,
Alrighty.
No marriage, no cohabitation, and no new children. If Mr. Hemi was on the phone right now instead of driving down to lower fucking Moose Knuckle, Ottawa, he would tell you, don't bring your fucking girlfriends around here, because this space is for normal men. And by being normal men, you are subject to the whims and of fucking the gynocentric court system.
And I got one to add. If you see a chick on the street, cross the street before she does. Give her a wide berth. Don't even look.
5 times wider than her ass.
Pretty much. Don't look, don't talk. Just keep it moving.
That's some monk food right there.
Yep.
So, be good to each other. Help each other out if you get a chance. And remember, the golden age of MGTOW is ahead of us. Because even though you like the videos made in the past, men are still objects of protection and provision. And that's the only value they see in you in this world. Until you are seen as a human, a full fucking human, then and only then will the golden age of MGTOW have arrived. So peace out, brothers. And I will catch you on the road again tomorrow.